Hello and welcome to our live coverage at the SAP 5O5 World Championships, live from the Kiel field in northern Germany, wherever you're watching online. It's good to have you along, and I can promise you we are going to have some good sailing this afternoon here in Germany. Andy Rice, our resident sailing expert, joins me in the studio, and as does Klaus Stammer-Johann over in the analytics corner. Okay, so Andy, first of all, we're over the halfway stage, so it's the run-in in which, you know, every manoeuvre, every move counts.
People are getting nervous, and it was interesting walking around the boat park this morning, chatting to the top few players and just getting a gauge of how they're approaching these final 2 days of competition. And they're still not quite thinking about their direct rivals. They're still thinking about just keeping their noses clean, not capsizing. We were surprised how many of the top boats capsized yesterday, and that was quite a revelation. But it goes to show just how on the edge it was yesterday. It was more survival conditions than maybe we gave it credit for during the actual commentary. I think today it's going to be a little bit lighter, but it's still at the strong end of the wind range, and so it's still going to be full power conditions. We're going to see a lot of fast 505 action today, and it will be tactical as well as a boat speed game today.
Well, that's your prediction. Let's bring Klaus in, because Klaus has sailed many world championships in the 505 before and is a local sailor. Klaus, how do you read the weather and the conditions on the water for today's race?
Yeah, Asma, hello everybody. Yeah, I think we have pretty good conditions here outside in Kiel. The people or the sailors are on the same course that we have that we use on the Kieler Woche, which is great. So a lot of them are experienced to that. The weather forecast for today for the Kiel Lighthouse, which is close to the race area, is 40 knots and some puffs with 70 knots, and the wind is decreased in the afternoon. So I think we will have good conditions and hopefully not so many people swimming today.
Okay, Klaus, thanks very much. So, Andy, over the halfway stage, this is the 505. There are people tuning in for the first time to watch the racing. Just talk us through the boat.
It's one of the most powerful high-performance dinghies in the sailing world. It's been around for 60 years, but it still looks bang up to date because they still develop the boat. It's just over 5 meters long. It's quite wide, which gives it its power, 1.88 meters wide. Massive sail area, which is why you need a big crew to hold the boat down. The crew coming sailing on the trapeze, smaller helm sitting at the back, steering the boat and keeping it upright. And it's a relatively light boat, 127 kilos, a lot lighter than the all-up crew weight, which tends to be between the 160 and 180 kilo range.
Okay, Andy, and we'll have a closer look at the boat again a little bit later on. But right now, let's bring you bang up to date with where we are with the overall leaderboard and what happened in yesterday's race 3 and 4 of the World Championships. The weather finally relented. After 3 days stuck on shore, the strong winds decreased sufficiently for race 3 of these World Championships to get underway. Ian Pennell and Dave Shelton were the pathfinder for the gate start, as many of their rivals got away early down the left side of the course. The job of pathfinder can often be a poisoned chalice. This time it was a golden goblet, as the British found themselves out in front on the right-hand side of the course. Five-time world champion Wolfgang Hunger had a bad start to the race, but a great downwind leg propelled him and crew Julian Kleiner up the fleet. So too did the Australian pair of Peter Nicholas and Luke Payne. They spotted a cloud on the right-hand side of the second windward leg, went with it and found themselves on the heels of the race leaders. The Aussie match racers chased the Brits hard down the reaches and pounced on Pennell, seizing the lead and holding on for their first victory of the World Championships. Hunger and Kleiner came in third, their best results so far. The breeze had increased for the second race, which was sweet music for Americans Mike Holt and Rob Woolfell, who fly when the wind is blowing hard. They led around the first mark, closely followed by Britain's Andy Smith and Tim Needham, who managed to get up to second despite a brief swim at the start. The Brits chased their training partners hard, but the Californians proved too strong in the strengthening breeze.
Oh, we had fun today. Rob sailed fantastically to manage to drag us back into the first race. It was a bit of a tough one. The breeze was down a little bit and we weren't going particularly quick, but we managed to pull a half decent one out of that. And then the second one, we just had a blast. It was windy, we went fast, just put the foot down and came out ahead, so that was good racing today.
Meanwhile, Hunger and Kleiner were chomping through the fleet again after a poor start, and once more managed to battle their way through to third across the finish line. With the event just past the halfway stage and 3 races left to run, the field remains wide open. Holt has led the championship many times before, but never won a coveted 505 world title. Could this be his year? There we go, Andy. I've asked the question, could this be his year? What do you think?
Yes, I think this could well be his year. He's really got the bit between his teeth. He's come closer more times than he would care to remember winning this thing, but he hasn't quite managed to square it away. But he's got an air of confidence about him. He was slightly nervous when we were speaking to him in the boat park, but I think a slight bit of nerves is always a good thing. It shows you're taking it seriously. It means you're getting those chemicals pumping around the system. The adrenaline is flowing, and I really think he's got the focus to win these World Championships, and a lot of people say he has the boat speed as well.
Well, as you say, there are good nerves and bad nerves, and I'm sure that the nerves he had were the positive ones that you need to drive you onwards. So that is the overall rundown of boats at the moment. The top 10 at number 2, it's the British pairing of Andy Smith and Tim Needham. Fascinating to have a tour of their boat, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss that a little bit later on. But Bowman Roos, they've come back from nowhere really in those 2 races with an 8th and a 2nd. Sorry, a 4th and a 6th, which really brought them up the top 10.
And in one of those races, I think it was race 4, I was just speaking to them earlier this morning, another one that we didn't realise had a capsize yesterday. And it was just the helmsman, Stefan, momentarily leaning into the boat, adjusting the controls, and you've seen how many controls they have to pull around in these boats. Sometimes, if get your head in the boat can put you at risk, and that's what happened. The end of the boom clipped the water, and going at the speed they were, that was enough to throw them in. But if you can capsize and come back to 6th place in a race, that's some measure of how well you're going.
Then we've got the 5-times world champion Wolfgang Hunger in 4th place, and the Aussie pairing of Pete Nicholas and Luke Payne in 5th, and they had a terrific race 3.
They sure did, and what amazes me is how little they sail the boats. This is their their 3rd 505 World Championship, but they are professional sailors. They race on the Alpari World Match Racing Tour, so they're thinking about sailing all the time, even if it isn't specifically 505 sailing. And I think just being around the sailing world, engaged in the sport, it really helps you, even if it's not specifically in the boat that they're racing this week.
So Mike Holt and his crew lead the overall leaderboards going into today's racing. Let's hear from Mike now.
We're 4 races into the World Championship, and there's one team that's won 2 of those races so far. It's Mike Holt and Rob Woolford from the USA. Mike, things seem to be going your way out there in the big breeze at Kiel.
Yeah, we're definitely okay when the breeze is up. We're having a bit of a tougher time in the first races each day when there's a little bit less pressure. But as soon as we get going in the breeze, then yeah, we're feeling good, feeling fast.
Now, you've optimised your kit to be a little bit more European friendly. You've normally with flatter sails for Santa Cruz in California, high winds, but you don't seem to have lost any of your uprange speed. But do you think if the breeze drops, can you hold off the likes of the Germans?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we feel like we've got good pace in the light stuff when we've been out, but when it actually comes to the racetrack, it's all a different game, isn't it? So, you know, we feel okay. So we just got to keep going, punching going at it.
And there weren't many that went out during the rest day. Most of them had a rest, but you went out with Andy Smith and Tim Needham, and there you were, 1st and 2nd in race 4. How did that feel, going around the track with your sparring partners?
Well, we seem to be doing a lot of that at this event, and it's great. It's great to have them out there with us as well, pushing us, and you know, we're sort of training hard as a team, and we just got to keep it up, keep the 2 of us at the front.
Mike, you've been runner-up twice in the World Championships. Can this be the year?
Oh, long way to go yet. We've still got 3 more, at least 3 more races. So we've just got to keep the numbers low and just not worry about it until we get to Friday.
Thanks, Mike. Back to studio.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay, so Mike out on the water now with the rest of the fleet preparing for race number 5 of these 505 World Championships. And he's never won the World Championship before, but he's looking confident, he's sounding confident, he's in a good place.
Yeah, he is. if you were to finish runner-up too many times in your career, it could start to play on your mind, but I don't think that's the case. The bogey man has tended to be Wolfgang Hunger. He's had some close run-ins with Hunger in the past, and it's tended to be Hunger that's come out on top, the 5-time world champion. But Hunger looks slightly out of sorts. He's not fully on his game here. Mike Holt is really on his game. He is based in the States, but he's flown 4 times over to Europe this year. He's got a boat in the USA. He's got a boat over here. He's sailing with a different crew from normal, slightly lighter than his previous crew, Carl Smith. With Rob Woolfall, he seems to be sailing really well. The boat handling is great. And yeah, I think he's got what it takes. But just looking at those pictures, it looks... It's probably because we just got used to looking at white horses, but it does look quite a bit lighter than previous days, and I think that could bring a lot more teams into play. It could be a lot more mixed up. I don't think we'll see the heavy air specialists run away with it in the way that we did yesterday in some of the races.
Okay, well, just over 5 minutes to go to the start of the first race of the day here on the Kiel Fjord in northern Germany, and really the way that we can cover this for you and bring the action to you is pretty much down to the SAP sailing analytics that come off the water, and all that data comes from trackers that are fitted to the boat, and finding out how that all comes together is a fascinating story. The days of watching a confusing forest of masts and sails out in the distance are over. Top-class sailing today has to be more accessible, and SAP are helping to unlock the sport's potential not just for spectators but for the sailors as well. GPS trackers are the cornerstone of the process.
The sailors are a very, very important target group for us. They want to see if they did well or if they did bad on the water and want to learn from their mistakes. And they can do that with our tools very well and can improve over time.
Every boat competing at the 5O5 World Championships in Kiel is fitted with a tracker so that this mass of sails can become this, a clear picture of what is happening on the water.
The tracking devices work in a very similar way to how your mobile phone would. It has a SIM card, a battery, and it connects to the local mobile network to send the locations to the server, and that goes to SAP and is displayed on the analytics software.
But it's not just about who is where on the course. There's a vast amount of other data also coming off the water that can be used by sailors to analyse their performance.
The trackers and the wind measurement devices provide us with raw data which is submitted to our servers, and we process all that with latest in-memory technology including SAP HANA in order to create visualizations which make sense and which matter to the sailors and to broadcasters and to fans as well.
Whether you're a fan who wants to sit and enjoy live coverage of a big race, a commentator covering a regatta, or a sailor looking to gain a technical advantage, the secret is all in the data analytics. And we've got cameras on the water as well to bring you these live pictures as the fleet bobs around, waiting for the start of the race, which is just about 5 minutes away now. And of course we will bring you that live right here. 5 minutes and 43 seconds to go, which gives us time to use some of the analytics data to have a look at how the start works, because it's a gate start in the 505 World Championships. Andy, talk us through it.
So you see the green line getting longer and longer there, and a boat saying the opposite way to the right of our picture. That's the Pathfinder, and it's the boat that was 10th in the previous race that is chosen as the Pathfinder, the boat that will open the gate for the rest of the 173 competitors in this competition. You aim to pass as close behind the Pathfinder as you can, and what you don't see in this graphic is that it's protected by 2 blocker boats, 2 motorboats, one behind the 505, the Pathfinder, and one to the side of it, so that if anyone crashes into a boat, it's not the Pathfinder. If the Pathfinder gets taken out of the game, you have to stop the race, stop the start, and you have to start it all over again. And today's Pathfinder, 10th in yesterday afternoon's race, happens to be the defending world champions Klaas Lehmann and Leon Omer, and looking at those conditions out there, it's a little bit lighter, and that's what they tend to prefer. So is the Pathfinder fast enough to open the gate? Because sometimes if you think the Pathfinder's a bit slow, you want to get out of the gate early and let the rest of the fleet be slowed down by a slow Pathfinder. But defending world champion in these conditions, there's no problem with the Pathfinder. Top quality boat to open that gate today.
And the big debate over, well, the last week really has been whether the left or the right side of the course is the side to follow. Let's have a look at the course and see exactly what they're sailing today here on the Kiel field.
So just outside the Kiel fjord, so out in the big waves and the open sea, they come out of that gate start, they go up to the first windward mark for the first time, they turn back down to the bottom, they have a choice of gates, go left or right, up the second beat, up to the top mark again, this time out to a jibe mark on the really fast reaches of the 505, back up to the windward mark, back down again for the final time, and then a short reach across to the finish. Now what we saw there is what we will see in the afternoon. That's how they finished the afternoon race. This morning's race will actually finish at the bottom of the course.
There we see Germany boat 8720. Klaus, of the German sailors that we're seeing in action today, there are plenty of German representation in the top 10 in the overall leaderboard. I think it's four, maybe five crews. Whose chances do you fancy today?
I think you have always Wolfgang and Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner to keep in mind, but I would also stick to look today for Maike Schomaker, who is a female helm, and she's sailing with Holger Jess, who is doing all the boat work and who was already 3 times world champion with Wolfgang Hunger, and they're the European champions from 2 years ago. So they're really good in these light conditions. Also the Pathfinder, Klaas Lehmann, I would take into mind, and don't forget Morten Bogacki and Lars Dehne, the leaders of the first day, and after 3 races we had some capsizes in the last race, but within the SCART they are still in the loop.
It was interesting speaking to some of the German crews this morning because Morten Bogacki, for example, he admitted that maybe because they know these waters so well and because the left side of the course in their minds has always been the best side of the course, yesterday they were caught out by those shifts, and he said, you know, maybe we've been a little bit too, I think his term was stiff in the head over this, and he was, you know, quite open to the idea of going right at the start this time, and I heard the same from Stefan Bohm, who said, well, I think, you know, despite what normally happens, I think maybe right is the right side today.
I think it's going to be very difficult to call. It is a different kind of day today. We saw some big clouds on different sides of the course yesterday, and it was spotting a big cloud on the right hand side that helped the Australians win their race yesterday. So I think there will still be some of the locals thinking, you know what, yesterday the go left track wasn't working, but it could still work today. And I should think some of these teams have been working hard on doing a split tack before the race, teaming up with one of their training partners, one boat going left, one boat going right, just checking in on the course before the actual start, just to get a sense of the relative merits of going left or right. So some will have done their homework, some won't have done, and they will just be taking a punch really as to whether they start late for left or start late for right or start early for going left. And we're looking there at the Pathfinder, the reigning world champions Klaas Lehmann and Leon Irmer making their final approach with just 45 seconds to go.
Looking at the water from what we can see on this camera, Klaus, how do you interpret that?
Yes, I think it's as expected. So we have a little bit lighter conditions, and but I think it will be good for Klaas. To be honest, I'm not quite sure if I would go to the left or to the right, but we will see what the outcome is later on. That also depends on where the race course is laid out. Definitely, because there is the thing is called Stollergrund, which is a flat water there, and we have to be careful.
Well, here they go, 5 seconds, and they have to start within 10 seconds of the time, but it looks like they're bang on time as they pass the orange mark that signifies the opening of the gate. And let's see how long we have to wait before the first boat goes through. And it's still some time before we see any other boat coming into picture. So this suggests that they're all waiting to start late. No one seems to want to go out of this gate too early. Here comes the first boat, but we're already 20 seconds into the start. So surprising that, and it looks like people are thinking today, start late, let the world champions do the first 5 minutes of our sailing for us, and let's get out of the gate late and go to the right-hand side. That's a German boat that's come out earlier. Looks like it's number 9,000. I don't recognise that as one of the top runners. And after that, it's a French boat. We haven't seen any of the French boats making the running yet, but in the slightly lighter winds, the French boats could be more competitive today. And it's a strange feeling for those boats further up the course to see people who've started racing going fast and you haven't yet pulled in your sails. It's quite a bizarre sight there to see 10 boats racing and the rest just fluttering sails waiting to get going. It's one of the peculiarities of the gate start, which is not used very much these days. But the reason why it's so successful in the 505 is because it's a great way of getting 173 boats out on the racecourse and giving everyone a fair go at a fair start.
And given the wind speed and conditions, what are we looking at for this race? About an hour and a half?
Yes, I think maybe even a little bit less than that. I think maybe 75 minutes is the target time today. Maybe slightly less than that. But I hear that both races might be a similar kind of length today.
And there's a lot of toing and froing in the early throes of any of these races, with so many boats still yet to start. At the top part of the screen, the Pathfinder is represented by the green line on this image. Lehmann and Oehner, as you can see, marked out there with the flag of Germany, as the rest of the fleet come on by behind them.
And it is very early days with most of the fleet yet to start, but we don't see any of the big names in the leaderboard so far. The leaderboard never means an awful lot in these early stages, so we need to let that leaderboard settle down. But it is interesting to note that, as far as we can see, none of the front runners for the world title have yet to start. It looks like they're all hanging out at the far end of the line.
Yeah, the only one I can see here on the SAP Analytics tool is the Australian crew, Nicholas Payne. They have started, but all the rest is still waiting and will start very late.
And it's interesting to hear that the Australians started relatively early, because they were one of the few that started early yesterday in the morning race and managed to make something of it. Managed to win the race, in fact, after starting fairly early and somehow managing to get it back across the fleet from the unfavoured side of the course. So maybe the Aussies are less deterred by going left than some of the other teams who got their fingers burnt.
Yeah, what we could see here in the analytics tool, the pink boat, that is still class Lehmann, and now we see that the Americans, Mike Holt, have started here, US 9072. And then there is Ian Pinell coming, and I think another German boat, I think it's Bogacki Dene, so they have now started, and we're still waiting for some other competitors.
And so that's a good 3 minutes of the start that they've waited to start. And meanwhile, the Pathfinder continues to plough that lonely furrow out to the right-hand side of the course. And it will be interesting to see what they can make of it, because a previous world champion yesterday, Ian Pinell, the 2008 champion, was Pathfinder. He led for most of that race until being overtaken by the Australians in the latter stages. Now will another world champion, the 2013 world champions from Barbados, be able to make the most of the Pathfinder's job? Sometimes it sends you in the right direction, sometimes it sends you in the wrong direction, as you're forced to hold your course as the Pathfinder for at least a few minutes. But generally we're seeing good trends on the right hand side, so I think we can expect to see a good race from Lehmann and Oehmer today.
You see them being able to come back from this then?
Well, not come back into the overall world title, because
No. I just mean in this particular race.
Oh, absolutely. They'll be doing very well at these early stages, because the Pathfinder always does. They have that head start on everybody else. But if the right-hand trend is still working on this race course today, then it should do them some favours.
Yeah, no, as far as the overall championship's concerned, I think that's well out of their reach now, and they admitted that pretty much after the first two races. Prospects for the rest of the championship, so we've got a maximum of 3 races yet to come. 2 today, 1 tomorrow. And they'll be able to drop their worst result after this particular race 5.
Which is really important for some crews. For example, in 8th place, Morten Bogacki and Lars Dana were leading at the early stages of this regatta. They got a 1-2-5. Then, yesterday afternoon, they had not 1 capsize, but 2. but not 2, 3 capsizes in a race. They were getting tired by the end of the day, and they finished 33rd. So at the moment they're carrying that score, but if they get a good score in this one, they're looking to get a top 10. That's what Morten was telling us earlier today. Then all their scores will be in the top 10, and they can drop that 33rd. But they won't know that until the final race of the regattas. So their backs are sort of against the wall. They can't afford to make any more mistakes. And I sense that the way Bagaki was talking to us, that he feels that this world title has already gone, which I found surprisingly pessimistic. He's got a 1, a 2 and a 5. And okay, they got a bit shaken up with those 3 capsizes, but I don't know why he's ruling himself out of the world title quite so soon.
I think he's talking down his chances. I think he's still got very much an eye on a podium finish, and I think anything above 3rd or 2nd obviously is a bonus in his mind.
Yes. I think there are others that are much more overt with the way that they're talking about they really want this world title. Mike Holt is the obvious case. Andy Smith and Tim Needham from Great Britain, they're in 2nd overall. Now, Andy Smith said he came here with no expectations of winning the world title. He was looking for a top 10, but finding himself where he is, discovering that he has world-class speed, he's revised his ambitions, and he's after that world title as well. He's a former fireball world champion. The fireball's a smaller, similar kind of boat to sail to the 505, not as powerful, but he's got world-class abilities in other boats, so there's no reason why he can't turn his hand to the 505, and he's proving that this week.
We're watching the French boat in action of Patrick Nicolas and Morgan Nicolas from Saint-Nazaire, followed by Germany 9113.
Yes, what I could add from the SAP Analytics tool, that the gate is now stopped, so the Pathfinder was released and Lehmann Oehme they already tagged, and it looks like very good for them, though they're around about 6-7, though in this early start phase always the leading boats are changing a lot. What I also can see that Plessmann and Rix had some tags to do to get released, so let's see.
So an American boat in the lead at the moment, but not the American boat that currently leads the standings. So it's not Mike Holt and Rob Woolfall, but it's Moore and Butner at the moment, with the British boat of Scutcher and Hart in 2nd place. But it's very, very early days in race 5, and we've talked about snakes and ladders before, and that's the nature of this game. You get to the front, and then it's very, very easy to slip down the fleet.
And if you look at the boats at the bottom of our picture on this graphic, you see how far behind the gain line they are, that purple gain line, and it looks like the boats that waited to start late have made the right call, and it's not looking good for the boats that came out early. So that leaves me concerned for those Australians who are one of the front runners to start earlier. It really looks like this right-hand side is really working. So I'm surprised that we're not seeing the Pathfinders, Lehmann and Oehme, higher up the standings. So I don't know if you can see where they are at the moment, Klaus.
Yes, in my SAP Analytics they are still 8th. So, but what is surprising, the German boat Plessmann and Rix, local heroes here, they are at 3rd place, and these were the guys who had to do some tags, but they're still approaching the right-hand side, so even more. So it looks like that this is a way to go. And what I could also see, that all the boats that did start early are far behind, though they are all behind place 100. So it looks like that again we have to go on the right hand side.
Wow. So
the wind conditions outside are 13.5 knots, so it's a good breeze, but not as strong as yesterday.
And more right hand bias than maybe we even saw yesterday, so very much a right hand track. So that will have played into the hands of Lehmann and Oehme, who are at least in the top 10. That's good news for them. But we're not seeing any of the front runners here for the world title.
Yes, so I can just give a brief overview where they are. So the best from the leaders is Böhm Roth, they're currently 9th. Nicholas Payne, 20. Pinel Shelton, 22. Hunger, 25. And then Smith Needham, 31. So my favorites for today, Showmaker Yes, they are around about 70, and Holt Wolfel, the leaders, 90, place 90.
It's an interesting difference from yesterday's 2 races, where the top boats were at the front of the fleet for pretty much all of the races, and yes, they slipped and slid down and then moved back up, but they were always there or thereabouts. So it's a very different situation as race 5 comes towards the end of leg 1.
And the boats look much more sedate the way that they're going through the water. It's a full power kind of day. There's still enough power there for the crews to stretch their legs. But as Klaus just said, he likes the idea of Michael Schumacher and Holger Jess doing very well today. As we see Klaus Lehmann and Leon Omer, the reigning world champions, move up into 3rd, and we see Bowman Roos move up into 6th. No, it's still jumping around a lot, but still they're in the hunt. They're very much in the hunt. And what really impresses me about Bowman Roos is that they've kept all their scores inside the top 6 so far. They've actually been the most consistent performers in terms of how consistently they've managed to stay in the top few, even despite that capsize yesterday afternoon.
And it's interesting because they're sailing a new boat, possibly the newest boat in the fleet, and they don't get to sail together that often. So they seem to have taken to this boat pretty quickly, because when you do change vessel, consistency can often be the last thing that you manage to achieve.
Yeah.
I think this is one thing, but you have to keep in mind that the hull is new, but the fitting itself is all the same. So they use the same sails and the mast, and also the layout of the ropes, and all these things are the same. And what you have also to remember is that these guys are sailing together for more than 20 years, so 20 or 25 years, and this is an advantage in this class.
I see that the Aussies have now moved up into the top 6, Klaus, and I just wonder if you're able, with the SAP Sailing Analytics, to give us some sense of how they might have managed to do that. I just wonder if the left has started to come good, or maybe they managed to get across to the right.
Yeah, Nicholas Payne were actually not a team who started early. They started in the middle of the gate opening ceremony, and they're doing well. They have a good speed. So I can also see that Wolfgang Hunger does have not so much speed, so he's only sailing 6.5 knots, as the others were sailing more than 7 knots. But as the race proceeds, we're becoming better results. What will happen outside? So what is a surprise that Plessman Riggs are still doing very well, and I will find out where the Americans did start.
So big swings in the breeze here, and I'd really begun to worry about the left-hand side, but actually it's looking very, very even now. So it goes to show you how much the breeze is shifting around there. And I was concerned watching the Aussies yesterday how far out to one side of the course they were compared with everyone else. And Luke, the crew, Luke Payne, said, yeah, it did have us worried as well, but we just had to keep faith and hope that the wind was going to come back our way. And here we see them moving into the lead. So
I was a bit sceptical when you were describing their start, and you were concerned about how they were going to perform, because we saw a similar situation yesterday, and then they came back. They took a few gambles, they paid off, and they got out in front.
And Pennell and Shelton on the far left as well, and look how vulnerable the right looks now. So it's really swinging. The pendulum is swinging from side to side, and they'll be looking at their compasses on their boats to give a sense of how the boat is doing relative to the expected wind direction.
And of course we've gone full circle, because the first race yesterday virtually turned into a match race in parts between the Aussies and the Brits, with Ian Pennell and Shelton.
And here we see those two crews that you've just mentioned in the top 3 again. Klaus, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about Rosen and Wenrup, because they are legends in the 505 class.
Yes, they are real legends. So I think they are sailing together since more than 25 years as well. And Ole is a very good sailor. So the crew, he was 2 times world champion with Christer Bergström, who also took 5 world championships. And these 2 guys are just sailing the world championship, nothing else in the year, but they like the world championship. And Ebbe Rosen is also a very good sailor, so he has different Swedish titles and also won 2nd or 3rd place at the Europeans, and they are light wind sailors, definitely.
And so what kind of age would these guys be now?
I think they both round about 50, so I don't know the real ages, but must be. And
We've talked about how inclusive a class
The
the
funny thing is-
505 is, and we've got mixed crews out there, and in the top two now we've got the youngsters from Australia, and if your estimate of them being in their 50s is correct, then they're amongst the oldest in second place.
Well, actually, I've just managed to find them in the standings, and according to this, if they've signed on correctly when they signed on for the regatta,
They're 16 years old.
Some are 16 years old according to this, and some are 100. But these guys were born in 1953, so in their early 60s, and so that's very impressive that they can still be world class in their early 60s,
And especially in moderately heavy conditions, because it's a physical game out there.
Yes, it is. Yeah, but here we see them in second place, just behind some guys who are less than half their age. Nicholas and Payne amongst the younger competitors here, still in their mid to late 20s.
Professional sailors, though, the two Australians, and that's almost used as an excuse by some of the sailors on the dinghy park.
You get that
This-
impression, don't
yeah.
you?
It's like, well,
yeah,
they're
of course
on.
they would.
Yeah, of course they're good. They're on the water the whole time, and I suppose there's an element of truth in that.
There's an element of truth in that, but I think that's a little bit of a get out of jail as well. I think you have to pay them a lot of respect, these Aussies. They're using a borrowed boat. It's not their own equipment. It's their own sails that they fly around the world with them. But the rest of the year, they're sailing very different boats like this. They're sailing keel boats that stand upright by themselves, that don't capsize. 505 is inherently unstable, like all dinghies are, and you need to use your crew weight and your balance and your athleticism to keep the boat balanced and to keep it going fast. And it's interesting to see that there was a spirit level on Andy Smith's boat, basically a heelometer, to tell them whether the boat was absolutely upright or if they were letting the boat lean away from them at all, because a 505 upwind is at its fastest when it's been sailed absolutely flat, but it's easy to fool yourself that the boat is sailing flat when actually you've got about 5 or 10 degrees of heel to leeward, which means that you're potentially losing power and efficiency from the rig.
And it's worth remembering that although there are strict class rules regarding the measurements of certain elements of the boat, there are other parts that are completely free to do what you want with.
Yeah, that's right, and so you do see very different layouts, and that's why it's very difficult, I think, for someone like Nicholas and Payne, the Australians leading this race, to just come in and borrow a boat, because people are very particular about the way that they like to have the layout of their boat, where they like the primary controls to be led. A lot of it depends on your sailing style, but they're very happy with the boat that Holger just provided for them. They say they wouldn't really change much on it. They said it pretty much works out of the box.
And we were talking about the lack of leaders in the top 10 at the moment in this race. Well, they're beginning to come back, aren't they? So we've got the Aussies, we've got the Brits first and second. I caught a glimpse of Hunger in 8th place. There we go, he's just moved up into 3rd. So as we've seen time and time again in this World Championships, the experience and the quality always rises to the top. So they're at the first gate, the end of leg 1.
With a very significant lead. I mean, that's really quite a healthy lead for the Australians, and this is one of those races where they have the potential to stretch away from the rest of the fleet. Getting that red spinnaker up, let's get it set and get it up and running. That was a beautiful set there, and straight onto the trapeze and up to full speed in no time at all for Nicholas and Payne. And a long way back to the next boat, and it's going to be a German boat, Ram and Lewin, and because the pack are so close together here, that's going to slow them up, and it's going to play into the hands of the Australians. But Hunger and Kleiner, we know how fast they are downwind. We've seen their potential downwind, and already we see them move into second place. No, still in a battle there with Ram and Lewin, but I think we can expect to see good things from Hunger and Kleiner down this run.
So the
Ian
yellow
Pennell
boat
and
we
David
just saw.
Shelton just launching their spinnaker there. Klaus?
I just wanted to tell that the yellow boat, these are the Swedish guys, so Ebbe Rosen and Ole Venrop. So if we get them back to the camera one day, just recall they have a yellow hull.
And here's a replay of the rounding of the Australians, and again, just get a sense of how
The
far
distance,
ahead they
yeah,
are.
look at that.
And bearing away, you see Luke Payne sitting at the front of the boat, getting that pole out, while Pete Nicholas stands up at the back of the boat, gets the spinnaker hoisted, and immediate set, which is exactly what you'd want to do. The sail fills even before the top of the sail has hit the top of the mast.
Luke Payne is a big guy, isn't he? You've got to be big and you've got to be strong on the front of these boats as a crew member, because you're doing all the hard work. But there are some really big guys crewing in this fleet.
Yes, he's one of the biggest, but I would say that Tim Needham, crewing for Andy Smith currently in second overall, is one of the biggest units in the boat park. Quite a V-shaped kind of guy, all the weights in the right place, and it's been a good week for the big guys to do well with the amount of breeze that we've had. And that's why some of the other favourites in other conditions, like Klaus has mentioned, Micah Schomaker and Holger Jess. Holger Jess is a big guy, but Micah Schomaker, one of the few women in the fleet, is very slight, and their overall crew weight is probably 150 kilos.
And what about Lars Dana with Morten Bugacki? He's another big guy.
He's a big guy, isn't he? And I hear that he weighs something like 110 kilos, which must make him one of the heaviest crews in the whole fleet. And that must surely explain, or go some way to explaining, why Bugacki and Dana are so fast upwind in a breeze. But we haven't seen much of them in this race so far. So, Klaus, I wonder if you can give us a rundown of the top few, how Holt and Wolfel are doing, how Smith and Needham are doing, and some of the others that are in contention for the world title.
Yes, definitely I will do that. So I can tell you that Bugacki and Dane are currently 10th, Plessmann Riggs 11th, Smith Needham 15th, and Böhm Rose 26th place, and the Pathfinder Lehmann Öne, they currently 30th place.
So it really hasn't worked out well for Leon and Omar at all from, Lehman and Omar, the Pathfinders, in 30th place. It wasn't so great for the Pathfinder in this race, as it turned out. Still a very healthy lead there for the Australians. That purple gain line just showing there. There are the live shots, and you can see it's still a lovely day for 505 sailing, and this is the way they get downwind these days. If you think they're on a reach, they're not. They're on a run. They're actually going pretty high and pretty fast and doing big zigzags down towards the bottom mark, because that's the fastest way to get the 505 downwind. And as Klaus explained yesterday, the reason why they've changed the style of sailing the 505 downwind is because the spinnaker was allowed to be made bigger 10 or 15 years ago. I'm not sure when that change was exactly, but with the bigger spinnaker, the boat is a lot more powered up, and this boat is now sailed a lot like the modern asymmetric skiffs, which do big zigzags downwind. So these boats are generating their own wind as well as using the natural wind. It's difficult to explain, but it's the combination of that apparent wind plus the true wind that is giving them this boat speed downwind. But they're doing around 14 or 15 knots of boat speed.
And presumably it makes it more difficult to handle, both physically and technically?
In some ways yes, in some ways no. It's a boat like this is a little bit like a bicycle in that the faster you go, the more stable it becomes, but it does reach a point where a bicycle can get a little bit too fast for your liking, and a 505 can be like that as well. But today it's not one of those days. It's a medium to strong day, but it's not a crazy windy day like we've seen on previous days here at Kiel for the World Championships. And I don't think they're going to be worrying about sticking the nose into the back of a wave like they have been on previous days. You can see some of the boats jibing now, and this is a critical point in the race. That the jibe is quite a hazardous manoeuvre in stronger winds, but again, you wouldn't expect to see any of the leading lights capsize today. 5
continents represented in this fleet of over 130 boats, and that's the boat from Hong Kong representing Asia.
Yes, I was speaking to those guys from Hong Kong, and they have owned a boat for 3 years, and they've sailed it about 3 years. They live in Hong Kong, but the boat stays in Kiel, and they only get it out for World Championships. So a bit like what we were saying about Rosen and Wenrup, the 60-somethings that have won World Championships in the past. They tend only to do the World Championships, therefore are struggling for practice.
And if you've just tuned in and you're watching just that picture on its own, you'd think that they were in the lead, the speed they're going and the way they're going. But that little bug in the top left corner confirms that the Australians who won yesterday's first race, that's race 3 of the World Championships, Nicholas and Payne, still lead the fleet. But Hunger and Klein are hot on their heels, and this still could go in many directions. And there we go. They've just taken the lead according to the very latest data coming off the trackers and off the boats into the SAP Analytics website.
Hunger and Kleiner are known to be fearsomely fast downwind, particularly on the free running leg as we're on at the moment, and they're very good at picking the point to jibe. Hunger reads the wind very, very well, which is quite difficult to do when you're running downwind, to get a sense of how the wind is shifting. But he's always going to be looking over his shoulder, looking for the darker patches of water, trying to place the 505 in the way of those gusts, so that when the gust hits, the boat accelerates and then it sails deeper towards the next mark as well. And it looks like it's going to be an interesting battle between the Aussies and the Germans on this occasion.
The experience of a 5 times world champion in second place at the moment, and all the youth and exuberance and professionalism of the 2 young professional Aussie sailors, Nicholas and Payne.
Yeah, what we also can see here in the SAP Analytics is the wind outside of the race course. So we have 3 boats measuring the wind and give us live data. And from the windward mark, where we had 12 knots, we are now up to 15.5 knots. And I think this is something that Wolfgang and all the other boats have seen. So this is the reason why they jibed a little bit earlier. And it looks like that it pays off.
The Australians, they don't seem to be fazed by the reputation of some of the other sailors around them. I thought that Hunger and Kleiner were going to overtake them yesterday in one of the races yesterday, but Nicholas and Payne held on to win that race, and Hunger and Kleiner actually finished 3rd. So I sometimes pay maybe too much respect to Hunger and Kleiner and not enough to the Australians, but the Australians seem very able to make their own decisions and go their own way on this race course.
Okay, I can just show you here on the screen the rank gain we have here in this, and we can see that Bogacki and Dehne did very well, get some boats, and what we also can see that Lehmann, Oehme, who are here at the end of the list, lost already 14 boats. A similar thing happened to some other sailors, so must be very tricky outside.
Tricky in what sense?
Yeah, that I think with the wind increasing and maybe also shifting is difficult, and then just on the first run you have a lot of boats to watch and to see. And what we also can now see on the pictures we have right now, that all boats are approaching the left-hand side and not the right-hand side.
So I wonder what they've seen on that left-hand side that makes them want to go that way. Nicholas and Payne seem to be able to play both sides of this course and make it work in their favour. They're not too hung up on the left or the right. They just take it as it comes, and that's the way that you probably want to do it on this race course. Not get too caught up in what you believe to be a strong trend, but try and read the trend of the moment and put your boat in the right position for that. So it's interesting that Hunger and Kleiner decided to go the same way as them, and that suggests to me that there is a strong trend towards the left. But we will have to see how the first boats going out to the right-hand side manage to do on that.
And there are plenty of them.
So a fairly even split of the sailors going out both sides of the course, and that gate didn't used to exist in the bad old days. I really like the gate because it gives you many more options to decide where you're going to go out of the bottom of the course going up the second leg.
Raman Lewin currently 15th in the overall leaderboard, now moved into 3rd and dropped down to 4th. Bogacki and Dehne looking good now in 3rd place. Bogacki, who we've said is talking down his chances of a World Championship title. He says, you know, I'm a 470 sailor, and he seems to give way really to the experience of the other 505 sailors. But he's looking good now, he and his crew, amongst the heaviest crews in the fleet. But our overall leaders, Holt and Wolf, will now moving up the fleet into 4th place, and it's setting up nicely into a grand final, the last 5 legs of this race.
It looks like the Aussies and Hunger and Kleiner are thinking very similarly. It's pretty much a simultaneous tack, and the fact that it's a simultaneous tack suggests to me that maybe there's been a wind shift and maybe they both spotted it at the same time. So have they got the breeze that they want to get it back across into the middle of the course? A capsize there on the left of picture, so some of the back markers still struggling in these conditions. Capsizing there in a jibe. There's another capsize. But
and
really,
as we've discovered, there could be all sorts of reasons for these capsizes, because in the earlier races the wind was very strong. There were some incredibly strong gusts of winds that were at the cause of some of the capsizes, but we've heard all sorts of reasons over the last couple of days for going into the water.
and the boat going upwind, I think we're looking at the Australians there, and another capsize. I'm staggered to see how many, but it, as Klaus was saying, the wind does seem to be on the increase, and the way that the Australian boat is going upwind, it's got a bit more life and pace to it now. I think the boats are starting to plane upwind, which they weren't on the first windward leg of this race. It looks from that overhead shot like the left-hand phase is working at the moment, and it was the left-hand side that worked for Nicholas and Payne on the previous leg of the previous windward leg of this race. And it looks to me like they're stretching away from Hunger and Kleiner as well. So boat speed wise, I think they're looking very pretty as well.
We were talking at the start of the programme about how anything could happen and how the overall leaderboard really is wide open. Well, whenever Bugacki and Dana go into the top three in this race, it immediately sticks them top of the leaderboard. So they started the day in 8th place, and then they move up immediately. But there's a lot of maths involved in that, and there's a lot of racing still to come.
Yes, I think what we can see here on the SAP analytics is that the boats are still very close together. Yeah, and it depends if the wind shifts a little bit 10 degrees to the left or to the right, then one or the other are in front. So what we also can see here is that Nicholas and Payne, Wolfgang Hunger and some others stay to the left-hand side, Ram and Lewin, for example, and then we have Bugacki, Dene, Holt, Wolfel and Plessmann Riggs running to the right-hand side of the race. And it's a close race, I would say, and we will see. But surprisingly, Holt, Wolfel are back in the top 10. Also now Shoemaker and Yes and Pinel Shelton. So still an open race.
I wonder if Bugacki and Dana might start to revise their ambitions if they can stay in the top few in this race. They will drop that 33rd that they picked up yesterday afternoon, and that will put them right back in contention. And surely the Australians kind of expected at this stage to find themselves amongst the front runners.
I don't know, they're a laid-back pair, but there seems to be a kind of steely competitiveness to them that is masked by the laid-backness that we see. The sort of the public front, I'm not sure is quite as honest as what they're feeling inside.
Could well be. It just, when you're coming into a championship and you haven't done much time in the boat, how do you know where you fit in? How do you stand? Having said that, I think they did do Kiel a few weeks ago, so they did sail the 505.
And they obviously picked up plenty of tips on the on how to sail these waters.
Yeah, it seems like they have a better measure of how to sail these waters than some of the locals, because they're not so locked in to the so-called local knowledge, which sometimes can lead you astray. We so often hear that phrase at major championships of, it's not normally like this. Well, we've been hearing that again this week. That's what some of the Germans have been saying, is that normally this course where they're racing today is a go left kind of course, because you get into flat water and you get a bit of a lift of a nice wind bend from the shore, and even if you sail too far over to the left and you overstand the ley line and you come in with sails eased, it still pays to do that, but it just hasn't been working out quite as predictably as they would have expected.
Tyler Moore and Andrew Butner of the USA, the best placed American boat at the moment, now in 3rd place and matching the leaders knot by knot. Bugacki and Dana now in 4th place, so in a very good position to retake control of the overall leaderboard.
Quite a healthy lead for the top two boats, so really there's a bit of a breakaway going on between the Australians and Hunger and Kleiner, and the places for third and fourth, fifth, sixth are really switching around a lot more. But at the moment, it looks like the top two boats really have a stranglehold on this race.
And the Aussies now creating a bigger and bigger lead, not necessarily from Hunger and Kleiner, but from the rest of the fleet.
Yeah,
and that's going to be difficult to claw back a 200-metre lead.
Very similar generation boats that they're sailing. 9071 for Hunger and 9074 for Nicholas and Payne. So they're not using the newest boats. Some of the teams have wanted to buy the very latest 505s that only came out this year. They're a slightly different hull shape with a narrower bow, which should be good in some upwind conditions, but some people wonder if the older boats will still be the faster boats in some downwind conditions. And certainly there seems to be no lack of boat speed for the Australians and Hunger in this particular race, sailing the slightly older version of the 505. I'm
intrigued by the dynamics of the 505 crews. You know, you've got the helmsman steering the boat, obviously, and the crewman pretty much doing everything else. Is there very much a skipper and a crew, or is it a 50-50 thing?
It varies enormously. I would say that at Olympic level, the crew tends to do the tactics, and they tend to share out the duties, because the helm does just sit at the back and steers, but actually there's a lot to that. So really the person at the back doing the steering should be the person whose priority is on boat speed, and the person at the front doing the crewing, certainly going upwind, they're standing out on the trapeze, but they do have more opportunity to look around, and they've got a slightly higher elevation above the water, so they tend to look around and call the tactics. But that's not the case on every boat. In some boats, the helm does nearly all the decision making, and the crew is there more to be the physical powerhouse. But I think you'll find amongst the top few teams that the crew is the main thinker on board the boat, is the main tactician. Nice tack there by the Australians. Just getting back across. They've only got one more tack to do before they go round the top mark for the second time, and that's Hunger and Kleiner passing behind them, and that looks like a very healthy lead when we see the live pictures there. It says 48 meters on the tracking, but when you look at it live, it somehow looks healthier than that.
What we could see in the tracker is that we have the winner of this leg, of the upwind leg, which is Schumacher and Yes. They gained already 7 boats, so they did really well, and they like this conditions a little bit lighter. And we have, so to say, loser of this beat, and this is Holt Wölfel, who are now back to 10th place.
So you predicted that they would do well before the race, Klaus, Schumacher and Jess, and so it's proving with them coming up to 5th place in this race. Luke Payne sticking an arm out when he's not adjusting his trapeze height. That extra arm goes out for extra weight. Every bit of weight that you can get out, as much as you can stand on your tiptoes, is extra weight that adds extra power into the sails. So fully stretched, and just thinking what their strategy is going to be for the reach, because they now go on to the fast reaches. And this is pretty hard for Hunger and Kleiner to make up any ground on the Aussies down these next 2 legs, because there aren't really any tactical decisions to be made on these reaches. It's mostly a boat speed contest. Will they go for the spinnaker? Normally they're able to, and they will have looked, and Klaus will be able to tell us, because he can see that he's got the course overview. They've gone straight for the spinnaker.
No, I just watched the race in previous round, and you could see that they can make the jibe mark very easily. So most of the boats, or not most, but 5-6 of the 10 boats really jibed around the mark on the run. So that means it's a good way to sail. We have the wind decreased a little bit now in the last 2 minutes, but they are still good boat speed. So I can see that from the 7.5 knots, Nicholas Payne are sailing upwind. They are now back to 11-12 knots, so it's good breeze outside, and they have a huge lead. Now we see this.
We saw a great spinnaker deployment from the Australians. Let's see how the Germans do.
5-time world champions, Julian Kleiner coming in off the trapeze. About to get that spinnaker up. Can they match the Aussies who made a very nice hoist just now? Look at the gap they've got to make up. Very deep sail there. That they've really turned downwind very hard there. That helps get the spinnaker up a little bit more quickly and gets you some valuable ground to
and then you
leeward.
see the boat accelerate away.
Yeah. So the lead is 200 meters already. This is Julian Ramm and Oliver Levine, local heroes from Kiel.
Fairly good set. No, there's a bit of a collapse there, so not as smooth as we saw from the first two.
Now we have Howard Hamlin and Michael Sin from US. So Howard was already world champion in the 5.0 in 1998, and he's also a 2 times 18-foot world champion.
And a big stretch away there for the Australians. Seem to be stretching away even more, almost up to 300 meters. Hunger and Kleiner very, very quick on the offwind legs, but can they make it those kind of inroads into the Australians? I don't think so on these particular legs. The Aussies look far too competent in the boat, and I think Hunger and Kleiner really have their work cut out if they're going to be able to win this race.
Hunger and Kleiner, Klaus, not a particularly established pair.
Yes, definitely. I think they are sailing now since 5 years together, and they won 2 world championships, 5 or 6 years. And Julian was crewing the 5.0 before that with Boris Herrmann, but he decided to stop 5.05 sailing and doing these around the world single head and double head. So he's a really experienced crew, and they won the Kieler Woche 3-4 times. So.
But haven't had a lot of practice time together in the last year. They didn't do the Worlds together last year. I think Julian Kleiner had work commitments that meant Wolfgang Hunger teamed up with his previous crew, Holger Jess, with whom he'd already won 3 world titles. So I think work commitments for Hunger and Kleiner have meant that they haven't done an awful lot of practice and haven't felt as prepared coming into these World Championships as they would like to have done. And maybe we haven't fully seen the best of Hunger and Kleiner in the way that normally we would expect to. Certainly talking to Hunger yesterday afternoon, he was a bit concerned about his boat speed. He's been trying different mainsails, slightly flatter mainsail to try and match the speed of people like Mike Holt in the breeze, and he thinks that he has the measure of Mike Holt and the fastest 5.05s in a lot of breeze, but in slightly lighter winds he thinks he's not amongst the fastest. But anyway, with all that said, he's in second place in this race, so he can't be too unhappy about that.
And it's a second place that will move him nicely up the overall leaderboard as well, into second place in the leaderboard as well. So it's a crucial result for Hunger and Kleiner if they can hold on to this second place. And I guess the battle now really is for second and third, and possibly fourth as well. Do you see anyone further down the fleet being able to come back into a podium position?
I don't, but having said that, we are still seeing quite big wind shifts and quite differences in velocity across the racetrack, so that means there's always opportunity. And so, yeah, that looks like a healthy lead. And even though they're sailing on the open sea, far away from land, you'd think that the wind would be stable, but it's not that stable. So there's going to be no resting on their laurels by the Australians or by Hunger and Kleiner. And Ram and Lewin, I think that they have a 49er background, an Olympic campaigning background. So a bit like the Australians, they may not sail the 5.05 that much, but they are very experienced up-and-coming sailors in the German scene, and they'll be looking to make some inroads into Hunger and Kleiner. Hunger and Kleiner have just jibed. Nicholas and Payne already completed their jibe, getting down to the bottom of the course for the penultimate time. Only one more windward leg to go now, and life is becoming a little bit simpler for the Australians, because you look at that gap after the first 4 boats, and there's a whole gaggle of boats after that, but it's hard to see the Australians falling below 4th in this race. Indeed, it's pretty hard to see them losing this race the way they're sailing.
But the gap is becoming a little bit smaller, so it's now around about 180 meters. I'm not quite sure if they can take the lead or if Wolfgang will again
You
be
see a bit of a
aggressive on the
German
next run.
comeback here, do you, Klaus?
Yes, I'm still praying a little bit for the Germans, and who did very well this last round is Smith and Needham. So they are now back on the 5th place. So they started at the 13th place at the first mark, and they are doing very well. And the loser of this downwind is currently Tyler Moore from US, who is now back to the 10th place.
Hunger was very disappointed after his performance in the first couple of races with a 6th and a 12th, and then we had that break of 3 days because of strong winds, and yesterday he came back with 2 third-place finishes, and that's brought him right back into it. And those who know Hunger and have followed his sailing over the years, you both said to me, don't believe what he's saying about being down and out. He might be disappointed by his performances, but there's no way he's down and out. You can never write off the doctor.
He's such a fighter. He expects to win. He's disappointed every time he doesn't win. And so, yeah, from that point of view, it's no surprise to see him where he is. And it's impressive, bearing in mind the lack of preparation he's had going into these Worlds.
So what we can now see here on the course is that the second run is very deep. So that means the boats have to jibe again to meet the leeward mark. So I don't know if that is because there is less wind outside, with what we can see currently, or if it's just the layout of the course.
Yes, normally you'd expect to see them just do one straight line from the jibe mark down to the bottom of the course, but that hasn't been the case. So more tactical than we would have expected on these legs, but that hasn't hurt the Australians, who look like they still have a very, very nice lead on Hunger and Kleiner. Which side will they choose? So far they've tended to favour the left of the course, and we'll see. It looks like they've gone round the right this side, so that's the first time they've taken the right hand side. So what are they seeing on the right hand side this time? Always prepared to chop and change, never happy just to do what they've done previously just because it worked the last time. Very switched on to the fact that things are changing on this race course all the time, and that's one of the things that's impressed me most about these Australians.
And I guess that's what happens when you come to a different continent, different country. Yes, they were at Kiel, and yes, they are experienced at sailing around the world, but they sort of arrive with fresh eyes.
I think that's really helped them, and the arriving with fresh eyes is maybe what some of the Germans needed to do, and not be so hung up on what they've found in the past when they've raced on this race course. These Aussies always mixing it up. I would imagine using their compass a lot. Luke Payne would be looking at the compass, looking at the numbers, making sure he's on top of how the phase of the wind shifts is moving in relation to where they are on the race course. This time we see a split, so we see the Aussies going out to the right hand side, we see Hunger and Kleiner going out to the left, and it's only 160 meters, so they have made ground back on the Aussies. But again, when you see the live pictures, you think, wow, 160 meters, that doesn't seem so much, but you look at it on the race course, it looks like a lot. So they're going up to the windward mark for the final time, and then they'll be coming back down the run, and then a short leg to the finish. So they're basically just into the first stages of the final lap of this race. And again, a split between third and fourth there. The Americans, Hamlin and Zinn, in our picture here. Howie Hamlin, one of the American greats. He's an international 14 world champion, a 505 world champion, 18-foot skiff world champion, phenomenal sailor. Deals in real estate in California, has his own helicopter. He has a fun life and keeps himself incredibly fit by going surfing as well. He's in his early 60s, looks a lot younger because he lives the Californian lifestyle to the full. Hunger and Kleiner have now tacked. They're going over back towards where the Australians are on the right hand side. So I wonder what Hunger and Kleiner have seen that has caused them to tack so soon after rounding that mark, maybe just to get a little bit of leverage on the Australians rather than following directly in their wake. It just gives them a few more options, but it looks like the leaders are tending to favour the right-hand side of the course this time. Previous leg rather, coming upwind, they mostly favoured the left-hand side. I'm wondering what has happened to Bugaki and Dana, because they were in the top few, Klaus. Could you just update us on where they are now?
Yes, I will give you some updates. We can see already here the top 10 boats. So Böhm and Rose back to top 10. Bugaki and Lars Dana are currently at the 12th place, and they don't do so well. So they were 10th at the first mark. 8th was their best position, and then back to 13th. So they're coming closer now. The Swedish guys, Ebbe Rosen and Ole Vendrup, who used to be a postman, are currently 13th. And this is currently my update regarding the results. So if the race would now finish, we would have Nicholas Payne in the lead and Hunger Kleiner at the second place, but they are all very close. Yeah, Holt Wolfel and Nicholas Payne, they would all have around about 14-15 points. So it's an interesting day. I think we'll still have a lot of teams who can win the championship.
The overnight leaders, Holt and Wolfel, we can't write them off yet. They're in 7th place in this race, which actually puts them down to 4th overall, but it'll only take a couple more overtaking manoeuvres and a move up into the top 5, possibly the top 4, to regain their supremacy at the top of the leaderboard. And they're doing the business at the moment, because at 8.5 knots they've moved up into 6th place. Smith and Needham, we're seeing them reappear into 5th place. And what have you spotted, Klaus?
Yeah, it seems like that we have a little bit more wind outside, because the, so to say, strong wind sailers do a very good speed. This is Nicholas Payne, this is Smith Needham, and also Holt Wolfel. So they are doing more than 7 knots, as the others are just doing 6.9 knots. So this could be an indicator for strong winds, or the other indicator would be that they have found their set on the boat.
Stefan Bohm, this morning I asked him if he would prefer stronger winds than they're having today, and he said, well, yes, I prefer strong winds, but unfortunately there are plenty of crews out there who are in front of us at the moment on the leaderboard who also like strong winds. So he was torn really between sticking with what he had or an increase in winds, so we'll have to see how that goes. The weather forecast for the afternoon, as far as winds are concerned, maybe for race 2, is no big increase from what we've got at the moment. So we're averaging, I don't know, about 18 knots, and if anything, the forecast is for slightly lighter average winds. But yeah, what does the forecast mean? On the Kiel field, it seems to change as and when, and that's a great shot, isn't it? High above the race course, we look down from our drone, filming the beautiful sight of blue skies and a fleet of over 130 boats heading down leg 6 of this 5th race of the 5O5 World Championships. That was a terrific shot, and what it was showing us was that the Aussies are still well out in head. Nicholas and Payne leading the fleet, with Hunger and Kleiner trying to close that gap, but having little luck in doing it. So it's a German 2-3, and plenty of American presence in the top 10 today. In fact, it's the first time we've seen quite so many American flags in these World Championships. So a good day for them if things remain as they are.
Now, it's far too early days to start talking about Nicholas and Payne as world champions, but as Klaus pointed out, if the regatta were to stop as things are right now, they would be world champions. Of course, we've got 2 more races to go after this. You have to go a long way back to find an Australian world champion. In fact, it goes back to 2002 when Chris and Darren Nicholson won a world championship. And Chris Nicholson, one of the most successful ever 505 sailors, won the world championships a few times, won the 49er world championships 3 times, and one of the greatest ever 18-foot skiff sailors. These days, he makes his name and he makes his money as a Volvo Ocean Race skipper. And he was signed on to do this regatta, but just at the 11th hour was asked to step in and skipper one of the boats in the upcoming Volvo Ocean Race. So he's had to forfeit his entry fee here at the SAP 505 World Championships. Can't represent Australia on this occasion, but he'll be pleased to see that in his absence, it looks like Pete Nicholas and Luke Payne might be carrying on the good work that Nicholson used to do 10, 20 years ago.
So what we can now see in the SAP analytics of race 5 is that the gap between Nicholas Payne and Wolfgang Hunger is becoming smaller. So it's now around about 170 meters, which is still a huge lead. But that also does tell us that Wolfgang Hunger already did win 80 meters. What we can also see that all the boats who are having here small minors or even small minors who went to the left-hand side did win the race, so they gained a lot of boats, as the others who went to the right-hand side lost some boats. So the winners of the current upwind beat are Holt Wölfel. They gained 2 boats, and Espinal Shelton lost 2 boats, now 3 boats. And also Böhm Rose are coming closer.
So the sailors will have some sense of those trends, but what's always interesting to see on the SAP Sailing Analytics is when those trends and those sort of seat-of-the-pant feelings are put into hard data. And I like that XTE column down the right-hand side with that minus and plus number, giving you a sense of whether left or right is paying on these racetracks. Always one of the most difficult things to tell as a sailor. It's quite hard to be honest with yourself sometimes as to what's really going on out there, and sometimes the SAP Sailing Analytics force you to be more honest with yourself about what's really going on. And I would imagine that some of these sailors are really looking quite closely at this data after they come ashore at the end of the day to give themselves a greater sense of what they might expect going out racing the following day.
And certainly Britain's Andy Smith does come in and check this data. He's an engineer by trade, so maybe he can read these things more easily. He takes to these statistics and these figures quite naturally, but he says the first thing he goes and looks at is the speed, his opponent's speed, the speed of the boats around him. What did they do? Why were they faster? And all that analysis through these numbers and through this data is available to the sailors.
And 2009, the San Francisco World's incredibly windy, and Mike Martin, who's racing here, he's crewing in one of the boats here. He won that Worlds as a helmsman with Jeff Nelson, and the SAP Sailing Analytics showed that they were a full knot faster around the racetrack than any of their competitors, and they won that World Championship by a country mile.
The helium balloon above the course, showing us again the fleet and the leader as they head down leg 6, and we saw a couple of capsizes earlier on, so there are still mistakes being made. There are still conditions out there forcing errors and forcing these guys to have the occasional swim. 17 degrees is the temperature of the water, so it could be colder, but it could certainly be a lot warmer. It's not the Mediterranean for sure.
It's been Mediterranean in Kiel for the last few weeks, so we've been told. We were at Kieler Woche 6 weeks ago. It didn't feel very Mediterranean then. It doesn't feel very Mediterranean now, but we are told that in the intervening period when we were elsewhere, that we've actually missed one of the nicest German summers in recent memory.
It's our fault.
It is our fault.
We brought the clouds, we brought the rain both times, I'm sure.
So there's the Aussies. And you can see the breeze has picked up a little bit. The mainsail is turning inside out a little bit. So just about to tack round. And I think we are looking at them lapping one of the boats here.
A big fleet, So not unusual to see the rear of that fleet being lapped, especially in the closing stages of the race.
And the Aussies now turning downwind for the final time. Pete Nicholas gets into the middle of the boat, steering with the tiller between his knees, steering with his knees while he gets that spinnaker up, getting it set. And a couple of flaps, but up and running pretty quickly, and they sail right past Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner.
But that spinnaker set was almost a mirror image of the last time they did that.
It's all about the routine. It's about doing things the same way, so that the muscle memory builds up. You don't even have to think about it. It's just, you know what to do. The body knows what to do, to the point where you can even be looking around and seeing what the wind is doing while you're going through these maneuvers. And that's the kind of muscle memory that leads to the kind of consistency of performance and means that you're less likely to capsize. It's when you don't have routines in place that you tend to capsize.
One thing I would like to add, what we can see in the 505 fleet is the first thing with Mike Martin. He's the only one who won as a crew and as a helm for World Championship. So you already mentioned that he won the 2002 Worlds in San Francisco, and he was the crew of Howard Hamlin in 1998. So currently is crewing for Tina Plattner from South Africa. And it's the other thing I would like to mention, that we have a lot of crews who are sailing international. Yeah, from helm from one country and the crew from another country, which just show how a big friendship we have between the sailors.
And we talk about Mike Holt as American. Of course, I like to talk about him as an Essex boy, because he still sounds like an Essex boy, even though he's been living in America for the best part of 20 years.
Yeah, born and grew up in that county to the east of London, but now living the life in IT, I believe, out in the United States.
Running his own very successful software integration business, whatever that is. So I guess if you understand software integration, you're well qualified to understand how to sail a 505.
There is great camaraderie around the dinghy park with the sailors, not just within their own nationalities, but also, across nationalities, exchanging experiences and suggestions and kind of helping each other out. Although I'm sure as we come to the business end of these championships, they'll be keeping counsel with themselves and not give too much away. But there's certainly a sense of camaraderie.
Well, Andy Smith and Tim Needham lying second overall going into today from Great Britain, training partners with Mike Holt and Rob Woolful. And I was asking Andy Smith, are you still sharing information at this stage of the regatta? Are you still talking to each other about what kind of settings and setup you're using on your boats? He said, yeah, we are. Yeah, we've still got that open flow of conversation. I said, what about tomorrow if you find yourself going into the final race and it's down to you and Mike Holt? You still going to be telling each other what you're up to? And he said, no, maybe not. So they're just reaching that stage in the competition where they might have to put the friendship aside for 24 hours and then decide who's going to win this world title. And then whoever does, well, the other will give them a big slap on the back and congratulate them, and they'll be back to being friends again. But it's getting to the business end of the regatta where even the friends are starting to keep secrets from themselves.
And that's the red and white. That was the red and white spinnaker of the Australian leaders. And here we see the spinnaker set of the Germans 9071, the second placed boat in this particular race. Wolfgang Hunger, 5 times world champion, third last year in the World Championships, and his crew, Julian Kleiner.
A lot of mast rake there, and I wonder as they go down that leg whether Wolfgang Hunger will be pulling the mast more upright. They have so many controls on this. You put the mast tip over the back of the boat for going fast upwind, but for going downwind you want to put the mast more upright and project more of the sail area to the wind and fully power up the boat as much as possible. And it's amazing how small movements of the controls can make massive differences to the performance of the 505. It's the kind of tweaking that would go on in Formula One that you can't really see when you're watching it on TV. But that the drivers would be very aware of the difference in handling of the car. Well, it's very much like that with the 505. If you get the tuning right, the boat almost sails itself.
And when does that tuning happen? Because a lot of these guys don't have the training time out on the water.
No, so a lot of these guys are learning as they go along while they're racing, which is not ideal. You really want to get all that tuning and the understanding squared away before race 1 of the World Championship starts, and that's what's impressive about Andy Smith's boat when you look at it, is he's got a whole laminated section of information taped to the side of his boat about what he does in different segments of different kinds of wind. So he's got 0 to 4 knots of wind speed, 4 to 8 knots, and he's got about 10 different things down the side of the boat that he changes in terms of the mast rake, the mast tension, where he puts the jib sheet, where he puts the main sheet, what he does with the centerboard. He's got it all written down so that he can just have a quick glance at it rather than having to play around with those controls until he finds his ultimate boat speed.
And there we can see the difference between the leader and one of the stragglers, who looks as if he's stopped, with the blue spinnaker just going out to the right of the shot, and the red and white of the Australians, who are bombing along towards the end of the penultimate leg of this 5th race of the World Championships.
Now this is a crew that probably has been making it up as they've gone along. They've taken a boat from Holger Jess, they've borrowed it, they've been given a set of settings, they'll have kept their settings from previous World Championships they've competed in, but I bet you that they're revising their understanding of the boat race by race. So it does show that you can be world class and learn the boat as you go along, but that's really a measure of just how good a sailor they are. And there we see the boat that they're lapping, just dropping the spinnaker just to the left of them. Not sure why that would be. Maybe they're trying to get out of the way of the leaders and they don't want to affect the leaders as they sail past. The leaders now jibe anyway. And can they get that spinnaker nicely set without it collapsing? Yeah, that was pretty nice. Just a little bit of a flog. And they need to get that mainsail back in and Luke Payne back out on the trapeze, and they now do that and they get back up to speed again.
Meanwhile, Wolfgang Hunger and his crew in 2nd place, moving away steadily from the rest of the fleet and seem to be consolidating that 2nd place finish, which will also put them in that same position in the overall leaderboard, hot on the tails of the Australians.
Yes, what I would like to add, what we see here in the SAP analytics is that from the first leeward mark, the last 3 rounds, there were no changes in the top 10.
And so we're on to the final leg now as they head towards the finish line, and we'll have a chance to look a little bit more at those analytics a little bit later on, Klaus. But Nicholas and Payne still very much in the lead, and there's nothing that's going to stop them crossing that line in 1st place right now. We're on board the chasing camera boat, trying to keep up with them. They're going so fast that even the ribs are struggling by the looks of it with those conditions. But it's a short leg to the finish line. You can see it. It's that green line at the bottom right of the screen. And the Australians have been dominant for much of this race. They took a gamble at the start. They went left. A lot of people chose to go right. But they stuck with their thoughts and their opinions on which was the best side of the course to go. They came out in the lead, and they've consolidated that lead throughout the race.
And they stretched their legs on Hunger and Kleiner, who I often talk about as being one of the fastest boats downwind. Well, they actually stretched away from the Germans on that final run to the finish. So they're not showing any boat speed weaknesses. They're tactically very strong, and boat speed wise they seem to have the measure of the 505 as well, despite the fact they don't get to sail the boat that often.
2 victories now in this World Championship for Peter Nicholas and Luke Payne, the 25 and 24-year-old from Australia, showing that youth can sometimes beat experience, and they certainly have done, beating Hunger and Kleiner by a considerable margin in this 5th race of the World Championships. Hunger, of course, 5 times world champion, but that experience, well, it hasn't helped him close the gap on the Australians, but it's certainly helped him move up the fleet. And this result means that Nicholas and Payne have won this 5th race, and we're just waiting for the analytics to work out the maths and see who is now going to go top of the overall leaderboard. Of course, the Americans, Holt and Wolfel, who started the day, they were the overnight leaders, they started the day top of the leaderboard. They've confirmed their 4th place finish in this race, which keeps them I think, at the top of the leaderboard. But this is changing as the boats come in across the line, and we'll confirm that. We'll confirm those positions shortly. We'll give the computer time to work it out, because obviously it's very much changing by the second.
Well, 2 more races to go after this, and the discard comes in at this stage, which will be good news for the likes of Morten Borgacki and Lars Dana, who had that 33rd in the previous race yesterday afternoon. We'll wait and see how they finish across the line here, but it should be a vast improvement on a 33.
And Klaus, what about Ram and Lewin? A good race for them, a good final position of 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, and I think they will still play for the top 5 boats, because they had a real discard on the first day. So it's a really close standings right now. So we still wait to confirm that, but it looks like that all boats have between 10 and 15 points, the first 5 boats.
And can you see where Stefan Bohm and Gerald Roos are doing in this race? Because they've finished inside the top 6 of all their races so far in this World Championship.
Yeah, they are under the top 10, but there's still their discard, because they are currently 9th. I'm not quite sure if they're in the finish, but they're a 9th place. And if I look here at my results that I do have, we have a lead by Nicholas Payne, and second was 11 points, and Holt Wolfel with 12 points, and then Hunger and Kleiner and Smith Needham with 14 points, and Böhm Rose with 18 points. So it's close, very close in the top 5 boats.
So as the rest of the fleet continue to finish this race, and they will do for quite some time, it looks like the provisional leaderboard puts the Australians very much in control by a point ahead of the American pairing of Holt and Wolfel, and Hunger and Kleiner, who was second in race 5, have moved up the leaderboard into 3rd place. They started the day in 4th, but they are equal on points with Great Britain's Smith and Needham. The rest of the leaderboard will have to wait a little while for confirmation of, because the boats are still coming in as we watch them cross that finish line with the committee boat flying that bright orange flag on the front of the boat there. So an exciting race, in as much as we've got sort of the opposite spectrums of the fleet, haven't we? In that 1st and 2nd place, we've got the youth from Australia, got the experience from Germany, and both were trying very different tactics. Certainly at the start of that race.
And it seems to me that the younger crew, the Australians, surprisingly have the most mature approach to the difficult tactical situations presented to them out there by a shifting breeze. They seem to be able to keep their heads in quite challenging conditions. Even when you're leading a race as comfortably as they were, it's easy to lose your head. It's easy to start trying to second guess things, but they seem to be able to read this breeze better than anybody else at the moment. And I put the fact that they are leading topping the leaderboard at the moment mostly down to their tactical acumen and their ability to make decisions away from the pack. They're not being led by what the majority of the fleet are thinking. They're going their own way, and they're backing themselves.
Bowman Roos in that brand new boat slipped from 3rd down to 5th, and Bogacki, once the leader of the pack, is now in 6th place with a fairly respectable, I'd say, 12th place, given how the race panned out for him. And another British boat, Ian Pennell and Dave Shelton, in 7th place.
Yeah, what I would like to add is that Holt Wolfel did very well in the last round, and they moved 3 boats, so they overtook 3 boats and finished now 4th, and have been 7th at the windward mark, so which is really great, and they are now just 1 point behind the leading team from Australia.
So they could well have found themselves in 5th place overall if they hadn't had that small climb up the rankings on the final stage of that race. And those few points here and there are going to prove really critical. And just looking at that with 2 races to go, I think this is really coming down to a 6-horse race now. I think there's only really 6 that are in this contest now. I think we can confidently say that. Ian Purnell, the 2008 world champion, sailing moderately well, but he's in 7th, but some way back in terms of the points gap. And
yeah, I think there's a five-point gap between 7th and 6th place, and I think that might be the separation that you're talking about that's going to divide them up.
yeah.
Okay, so another race yet to come this afternoon. I suppose the big question is that the top 6 now in the leaderboard, you know, how do they race it? They've got to go out and go for it.
Yeah, I think it's that close between them that they still can't afford to think about one rival in particular. I think that's a very healthy situation. It's always fun maybe to see a bit of match racing in the final stages of a competition, but I don't think anyone can really think that way, that because those 6 all have a serious shot at still winning this World Championship with 2 races to go.
And conditions look like they're going to be more or less the same, so I don't think they'll be changing too much. There's going to be a break in sailing whilst the rest of the fleet, and it does take a while to get the whole fleet across the finish line. And then what happens? They need to reset the course.
Yes, and the crews need to get their bananas and other goodies, their drinks out of their side tanks of their boats, because they go out there ready prepared with lunch, so they'll be having a bit of lunch and working out their strategy for the race this afternoon.
Okay, we're going to speak to one of the sailors on the water. Can you just confirm who we've got live on air?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's Peter here.
Yeah. Who have we got? Who are we talking to?
Pete Nicholas.
Okay. Hello, mate. Congratulations. Another fine win.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, we're pretty stoked with that one.
Okay, so you seem to take a different approach at the start. You seem to go left. A lot of people chose to go right. What was the basis of that decision?
We did crunch the numbers a little bit before that start, and did a little bit of sailing on port just before the gate boat started, and we sort of thought that it was in a bit of a right phase. So we're happy to start on the lift early, take the lift early, because we were fairly confident that it was going to switch back to the left at some point.
And how are you finding conditions out there?
Oh, it's beautiful today. A lot warmer, and breeze is probably a little bit less than yesterday. Probably got about 15 to 18 in the gusts maybe, and quite shifty, but it's lovely.
Pete, Andy Rice here. What's it like having the 5-time world champion Wolfgang Hunger breathing down your necks? It doesn't look like you're too bothered about that kind of form behind you. Are you happy with your boat speed?
Sorry, I didn't get that, Andy.
Wolfgang Hunger, lying behind you, the most successful 505 sailor ever. What's it like having him behind you? Does it make you nervous, or are you confident with your boat speed?
We're pretty confident in our boat speed. I think Wolfgang's not someone who's going to take large risks to one spot and get a race win. He's had plenty of race wins and knows what it feels like, and there's no point risking a lot to try and get one more spot and or possibly lose 10. So he sort of seemed to be happy in second, and we sort of didn't match race him, but we still played the shift, but made sure that we were always bow even with him, and didn't give any leverage away.
Okay, Pete, thanks very much for joining us. Good luck for the next race. Are you going to be doing anything different?
I don't think so. I think we've got the boat pretty well set up now. We've just got to figure out what the breeze is doing and what the best way to go is and where to start. So we're pretty happy with how it's all going. We'll have a little bit of a breather, have a coffee and something to eat, and then probably get back into it.
Okay, best of luck, rest, and then have a good second race. Thanks for joining. Cheers. Interesting, they don't need to do anything differently, do they? I mean, we were looking, as he was talking, at images of them there and setting the spinnaker and so on, and they've got a good rhythm going, they've got good technique. Why change it?
And also the fact that they sailed on port, they did what the Pathfinder was going to do just before the start, just checking the compass numbers, and they're really tracking the way that the breeze is shifting from side to side all the time out there. So that was the reason they were happy to get out left, because they felt that the breeze was about to click into a left-handed phase. So they seem very at home with what the breeze is doing out there, even though they're not that familiar with sailing on the Kiel fjord. And we also heard that they're very happy with their boat speed. So if you've got those two things in place, if you're in tune with the conditions and in tune with your boat, you're going to be right up there.
Klaus, using the analytics, you were studying them throughout that race. Are there any crucial lessons that they need to, not just the Aussies, but the whole fleet, that they can carry into the second race of the day?
I think the news is watch out the weather, the wind shifts, and your competitors. My summary of today's race is that I'm really surprised that we still have nearly the top 10 boats in the top 10 of today that are all top 10. So this is a big thing. The wind was okay outside, so I've just a look at the wind chart. So we had round about 12 knots at the beginning, then increasing to 16 knots. So around about 50 knots the whole day and not so many shifts. So fair conditions outside, and I hope we will have another interesting race later on today in round about an hour, I guess.
Okay, Klaus, thanks very much. So another race to come. We begin race 6 in about half an hour, 45 minutes time, with the Australian pair of Nicholas and Payne leading overall, but only by 1 point from the Americans Holt and Wolfel. You can check all the analytics, you can check the data that's come off the water for yourselves. Go online at SAP 5O5worlds.com and see what you can discover from race 5 and what you could bring in to race 6 if you were out on the water racing. We're going to say goodbye just for a short while, and we'll be back with race 6 of the 505 World Championships shortly. Welcome back to our live coverage of the SAP 5O5 World Championships, live from the Kiel Fjord in northern Germany. It's looking like a lovely afternoon on shore. It's nice and breezy out on the water, and it's just a few minutes to go to our second race of the day, which is the 6th race of the World Championship. We're almost there. We're into the last couple of races now, and earlier on today we were treated to some really impressive young talent.
Yes, that impressive young talent just turned 25 in the case of Pete Nicholas, the helmsman, with Luke Payne. They put down, they sailed a really good early stages of the race. They went out a little bit further left than the rest of the fleet, always ploughing their own furrow, not worrying about what the competition were doing too much, reading the wind really well and stretching out to a very dominant lead over the 5-time world champion Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner.
If you missed that race, let's just confirm the leaderboard for you and see how the results affected the overall standings of this 2014 World Championship. So Holt and Wolfel, who were the overnight leaders, took 4th, and that saved them really from dropping, because they were further down the fleet, so they've managed to hold on to 2nd place. And Hunger and Kleiner, with their 2nd place finish in race 5, are up into 3rd place. The 5 times world champion, looking like he's challenging for another title, just 3 points behind the Australian leaders. And as we commented earlier on, Andy, there's now a considerable gap between 5th and 6th.
Yes, it does look like a 5-horse race with just 2 races remaining in these World Championships, and I'm surprised, but I'm very pleased for them to see that it's Pete Nicholas and Luke Payne leading after winning that race, the 2nd race that they've won in this championships. Really incredible sailing by a couple of guys in their mid-20s, sailing against sailors a lot older and a lot more experienced than they are.
Let's bring Klaus in, Klaus Stammer-Johann, who's in the data pod and checking out all the analytics. There he is. What do you feel the Germans are doing at the moment? Plenty of German crews. Are you a little bit disappointed that there isn't a German up on top there or in the top 2?
Yes, of course, definitely. So, but I think it's still very close. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about Morten Bogacki and Lars Dehne today, because they have now a kind of 2nd discard, finishing 24th, which is not good. They were in between around place 10 and 12, which that result, they would be still part of the game.
And that is the red and white lighthouse off the shore here in Kiel, with less than a minute to go to the start of race 6 of the 505 World Championships, and it's a gated start.
Yep, so the gate start means that 10th in the previous race will now become the Pathfinder. They have no choice about whether they're the Pathfinder. You get told that's what your job is, to start the next race. So it will be the Pathfinder starting on port tack with the rest of the fleet waiting to start as that boat opens up the gate. And the big decision is, do you start early to go left or do you start late to go right? And Pete Nicholas and Luke Payne are capable of making either decision. But generally we've seen them start early-ish out of the gate, earlier than most of their competitors for the world title. They like to be able to choose their own path up the course. So the Pathfinder just setting out now. We can see them in middle of the picture, just behind that rib, and 2 ribs surrounding them. So one behind, one to the side to protect them from the fleet that might. Certainly a fleet of over 100 boats there on that graphic just tells you what confusion there is on the start line as they jostle and try and get their position as they decide when and where to cross the line. So we've got some boats coming out very early on here, and previous race we saw everyone wait for at least 20 or 30 seconds before anyone was prepared to cross the line, but this time we see some early exits out of the gate.
That was Hoffmann and Brockerhoff of Germany that we saw in the picture a little while ago. but we'll need them to sort themselves out. There's always a certain amount of confusion at the start of this race because of the number of boats and the trackers sending back masses of information, but as the fleet spreads out and crosses that start line, things will become clearer literally by the second. Klaus, looking out at those live shots of the water, do the conditions seem to have got rougher, or are they more or less maintained as they were earlier today?
Actually, the wind is the same as before, so we have currently between 13 and 16 knots from a southwesterly direction. It was planned that the wind will decrease a little bit and go more to the west, but currently it's still the same as in the previous race.
Some of the younger sailors here that we're looking at in 8669, Jan-Philipp Hoffmann and Felix Brockerhoff, both in their early 20s. And looking like they're stretching their legs on the other early starters, and it looks, from this angle, it's always hard to tell, it looks like if they wanted to tack and get onto port tack, they would be able to do so. And just by eye, it looks like this German boat in picture is actually doing pretty well in these early stages. And very bouncy conditions there. You can see how much the boat is bouncing up and down. Every time the boat goes up and down, it looks spectacular, but it's actually quite slow. Now, everyone else will be suffering from the same thing, but it's how you steer the boat through the waves to cope with that. It looks to me like the waves are a little bit left over from the stronger winds earlier on today that we saw in the first race. Looks like the breeze has dropped off. It's a little bit lighter, which is what it was expected to do, but this really has dropped off quite a bit. So this could bring different people up to the front of this race.
Yeah, they are racing quite far offshore, which makes getting the signals back from the cameras a little bit tricky, but we are managing it enough to see the leaders of the fleet so far.
Now, I thought that 8669 was doing well here, but you can see the boats in the back of picture on the left of our screen. They're sailing a higher course, and it looks like they have more breeze, and there's not much that this yellow boat here can do about that. So maybe some of the later starters are now hooking into more breeze. It could be that there's a cloud on the right-hand side, so maybe it's going to be good to start late again. But it just looks like there's a little bit more breeze that's finally reached this boat in front of picture. You can see the boat starting to skip along a little bit nicely. It's not hobby horsing quite as much as it was, so the breeze is coming back in again. So it looks the breeze both variable in direction and wind speed. It's going to be another very tricky kind of race course to read, which I think will tend to play to the favour of the Australians, who tend to be reading this racetrack extremely well. And I think 8669 has come back here, so what was looking good for the boats above them has come back a little bit more, but the angle of the boats in the back of picture further towards the horizon still looks pretty good, so I think the wind angle is quite different across the course.
Yeah, I will not mention something about the course right now, but just about this boat, because this boat is owned by the German class authority, by the German class, and they offer that year for year for another team just to try and practice with the 5O before you decide to pay this amount of money for a boat.
Well, that's a great scheme, and it looks like these guys are making the most of that opportunity right now, sailing along really nicely. And what a great opportunity, because it's not a cheap boat to get into, the 505. Once you buy it, you can keep it for 10 or 12 years and still expect to win championships with it.
So it does have a long shelf life, but what are you forking out to start with?
One of the brand new ones, delivered ready to race, I believe, is close to 30,000 euros these days. But you can get a very competitive boat that would still be almost comparable in terms of speed for maybe half of that. Maybe 15 to 20,000 euros for a good second-hand one, but close to 30,000 if you want to go brand new.
Which is why the scheme you're talking about, Klaus, is a great idea, isn't it? Just to give people a chance to try it out and try their competitive nature out on the course, and to be trying it at the highest level at the World Championships. And as we always see in these races, the early leaders are not generally, or not always, the leaders on the overall standings. It takes a while for people to work out which side of the course to go, how to sail it. It takes them a little while, and here we go. Instantly, we see some different names, some names from the top of the overall leaderboard. So things changing, boats going ahead, slipping down. There's so much at stake, but there's so many different situations that can change their speed and their position on the course. So Cochlin and Achterberg at the moment seem to be leading the fleet, with Rosen and Wenrup, who we saw do quite well. And Klaus is smiling because I think he knows them well, and he has a certain connection with them.
Yeah, not connection, but if you sail world for worlds, then you know these guys even better. And the most advantage if you have a world championship overseas, yeah, because then the European community becomes a little bit closer. And this is where I know these guys from. So we had the Worlds in Hyannis at the east coast of the US, and we had really some nice days there. So they're really nice boys.
Now they will have spent the last half an hour, 45 minutes getting on, getting the energy on board, eating. We saw them all packing into their life jackets, those with pockets, or stowing away in small little waterproof bags, sandwiches and plenty of carbs and plenty of fruit bars and so on, and they'll have got those on board now. Will they be feeling as fresh as they were before the start of the first race of the day?
The fitter guys will be. I think some will be getting a little bit more tired as they go along, but maybe that's one of the advantages for Pete Nicholas and Luke Payne, both in their mid-20s, over some of the older guys. They lack the experience, but maybe they have an element of fitness that some of the older guys are struggling for. But having said that, a lot of the older guys who are still going very fast in their 40s or 50s in the 505 keep themselves very trim and fit, so they still take their fitness very seriously. It's very difficult to know what to take on board in terms of what kind of food.
I'm just hearing that the race has been abandoned, and that is all we've heard at the moment. So we're waiting for more information to come from the committee boat, but they seem to be flying that blue and white checkered flag off the committee boat, and we'll try and get some information from them.
And the fact that we see boats going in the opposite direction, and looks like some have given up, and the boat in the middle of our picture is now turning away. So yeah, it does look like there are the signs of an abandonment there, which is frustrating.
Possible reasons?
Big wind shift, I'm guessing, is the most likely reason, or it could be that something went wrong with the Pathfinder. But I think we were far enough into the race that probably the gate and the start was probably okay. I'm guessing it was more a wind shift. And I don't know if we're able to see any of that from the graphics at all, Klaus. If we can pick out what might have happened in terms of the wind, if that gives us any clues. There's the sign of the abandonment.
Yeah, it looks like that there was a big wind shift to the right, so I currently see on my wind symbol 10 knots, but now from northwest, so from 290 degrees, so that may be the reason for that. I would just open the wind charts. Yeah, and the wind charts confirm that. We could see that if we could go to our analytics tool. Then we could show the wind chart. And
yeah, well, that's coming up for you in a moment, Klaus.
That I think the start was at 1500 or 1502, which is here, and then we can see here the big wind shift. Yeah, 4 minutes after the start, and this was at a time where not all boats have started. Yeah, I saw that already on the tracker. So if I have the chance now, the race, if I could move back. So I saw something that the Pathfinder was tacking, yeah, and the boat stopped, and there were still plenty of boats in the windward of that, yeah, haven't started. And for this there are two reasons. Either the time of opening the gate has stopped and the Pathfinder stopped, that means the boats didn't sail proper course, or the other reason that there was a bit mistake or abandoned of the race, and this would be an explanation for that, what happened.
And of course, if it's a situation of a wind shift, especially for people who are new to sailing or don't get to watch that much of it, you've got to explain that yes, reading the wind is all part of being a good sailor and adapting to different wind conditions and changes, but at the same time, if the wind changes direction in a big way, then that makes it an unfair race, and that's why they have to abandon, reset the course and start again. But certainly in that picture it looks like a fine afternoon. The storm clouds that we've seen for a long time over Kiel are beginning to clear. That's the clearest we've seen the sky all week, really. But obviously that's got little to do with the wind and how it shifts along and across the field. And that is the other direction, so you can see the rain falling, you can see the storm hitting land across the field. So that's what they're contending with. We can't actually see that from the studio. We're looking on across the bright side of the field, so it seems so we're getting news, Klaus, from the committee boat. And what's the latest?
Yeah, I just talked to the race committee boat outside, and they said there was a big wind shift of 90 degrees. This is why they cancelled the race, and the next start will be in 5 minutes now.
Well, that's fast work to be able to reconfigure the course, because you have to move marks around and reorganize 173 boats to get ready for a restart. So maybe this is one of the benefits of a gate start, because if it was a conventional start with lots of marks to pull up and to reposition, I think we'd be waiting a good deal longer than that. So maybe we're seeing one of the other sides of gate starting, one of the benefits of being able to get the fleet going again extremely quickly. But look at that, that won't have gone unnoticed by the sailors. And
so are they going to have to recall the boats? That, I mean, we'd got, what, 5 minutes of the race? A good 5-6 minutes of the race. Do they have to bring all those boats back?
Well, it's up to those boats to come back. They will have seen that rib pass in front of them with that flag flying saying that there was an abandonment. And so it's then up to them to decide how quickly they're going to turn back down again.
And I guess it's slightly stressy times now, especially if you're part of the leading pack, to come back and have to start again. Everyone's seen what you're going to do, and they've seen how the different sides of the course performed.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, because looking at that cloud, that's going to have a massive effect. So whatever trends they were picking up on just then in that 5 minutes of sailing, I think are going to be virtually irrelevant, because that cloud is going to throw out some breeze all of its own, and they will be looking very carefully at that. And we couldn't tell from those pictures which side of the course the cloud was on, but generally you want to head towards that cloud. The idea of sailing towards a rain cloud may not make much sense to most people, but that's going to be where the wind is going to be pouring out of. So even though you get wetter earlier than your competitors, you also get the benefit of the wind earlier than your competitors, and that's going to have a massive skewing effect in this race if they've decided that they're going to start in the next 5 minutes. Sort of surprises me that they're doing that when they can see something as influential as that huge rain cloud out there on one side of the course.
Well, Klaus is in touch with the committee boat and officials on it, so he'll keep us up to date with that. So it was 5 minutes and counting to the restart of race 6 of these SAP 5O5 World Championships. It's a good opportunity, really, to kind of look and see who you think could be the dominant force at the end of the week. You know, we've got a leader in Nicholas and Payne. Holt and Wolfel, they're still in it, you know, just a point between them. But also the experience of Hunger and Kleiner and Smith and Needham. Yeah.
I think that rain cloud that we saw could be a big factor in which of those 5 teams actually comes out on top, and who reads that breeze the best that's about to hit them for this restart of this race. Whoever reads that best for the first windward leg of this race, I think that we're just about to look at one of the really critical moments in this World Championship. And I would think that people like Mike Holt and Andy Smith, who tend to favour the breeze, will hope that with that rain cloud comes a massive increase in breeze and they can exert some of their high wind boat speed, because that's where life becomes a bit more comfortable for them, when other people start wobbling and start falling over and actually just aren't as fast through the water as they are.
And that big wind shift that has caused the abandonment of the race, would that have been pretty obvious to the whole fleet?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I was talking a little bit about 8669, the boat, the yellow boat that was front of picture, and it looked like it was going along nicely until you saw the boats in the background that were going higher and faster. And that was some evidence in our picture that would have been even further amplified beyond the vision of our screen, where you would have been looking over your shoulder and thinking, oh, I thought we were going okay, but I've just seen these guys. They're going 30 degrees higher towards the mark than we are. 50 degrees, 70 degrees. I mean, if it was a 90-degree wind shift.
This is another look at that boat you're talking about.
And I'm imagining this must be a replay of the early stages of that start.
It's Hoffmann and Brockerhoff.
The
on
guys
board that
using
boat.
the borrowed German Federation boat. And looked good for them early on. And then the wheel started to turn, the wind started to turn around that wheel, and they were caught on the outside of the wheel. When the wind turns, you want to be on the inside spoke. It's like taking the inside lane in a motor race. You want to be on the inside lane when the wind changes direction.
Now, one man who's in a great position to take his sixth 505 World Championship is Wolfgang Hunger. And Klaus, I'd like to bring you in on this discussion. What makes the German sailor so good, so consistent across so many World Championships?
I think the number of world championships is the result of his brilliant. That he's so brilliant during sailing. Yeah, he started sailing very early in the optimistic dinghy, and they grew up in Berlin. But the family had a house here in Strande, just on the other side of the shore. And then he started sailing for 20 and was there already, I think, vice champion or so, vice world championship. And then he sailed for 70. Was very successful. He sailed with his younger brother. And they did one Olympic Games, I guess. And so and at the end, all this experience, tough racing, doing a lot, days on the water, this is makes him special. And I also think that he is very, very aggressive. Yeah, he wants to win all the time, and he hates to lose. And I think this is the biggest motivation.
And his crew here in Kiel for these World Championships, about 20 years younger. It's Julian Kleiner, and we caught up with him earlier on.
Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner amongst the favourites for the World Championship here in Kiel, but it's been a little bit of a shaky start. Julian, you must be encouraged by how you did in races 3 and 4. You're just past the halfway stage. Do you think you can still win this regatta?
I think that will be very hard if you see how excellent Mike Holt and some others sail over the course, and they have very decent boat speed. And I doubt that we are close to them. But yeah, it was a good day, and we look forward from each single race to the next one and try to concentrate in each single race, and then we will see where we will end up in the final day.
Well, you have great ability to come through the fleet. So if you could just start a little bit better in the first leg, do you think you have still a chance of winning this World Championship?
Yeah, I think if we get the first wind shift right, and if we have a good start from the beginning of the race, we will definitely be able to win the race. Sure, yeah.
Well, Julian, thank you. It's always great to watch you racing, always seeing you coming back up through the fleet, and we look forward to a thrilling conclusion to this World Championship.
To Andy, interesting interview, and it is turning into a thriller.
But a slight lack of confidence there by Julian Kleiner in their boat speed. They feel that they're going to have to sail better because they're lacking the raw speed in the boat to be able to overcome some of their competitors. But with that said, the wind has dropped down a little bit, and we haven't seen Mike Holt and Andy Smith be able to exert their high wind boat speed in the way that they were able to yesterday. So it's a different kind of game today, and it plays more to the strengths of someone like Hunger with Kleiner, who tactically, when things get messy and rain clouds start appearing on different sides of the course, they can be really strong. And I remember watching a 505 World Championship in Denmark 4 or 5 years ago. They were lying in about 40th or 45th place in one race, and everyone was going out to the right. They spotted a cloud. I think it was a rain cloud on that occasion, and by the next leg they've gone from about 45th up to 3rd, and they ended up winning that race. So sometimes they see things earlier than anybody else does, and it's that sixth sense ability from all those years of experience that Klaus was talking about that could come into play today.
Now, 50% of the crews in the top 10 at the moment in the championship leaderboard are from Germany. Klaus has spent years sailing 505s in Germany and around the world. Klaus, what is it about the 505 that makes it such a popular class in this country?
Well, I think there are some different things why it's so popular. I think the one thing is that the boat is very stable, so you can sail for a long time. It's very cheap. Second thing is you can sail very international, so there are not so many classes where you can sail that international. The boat is sailed on nearly every continent except South America. And you have a tough competition also here in northern Germany. So we have boats, a lot of boats in Denmark and Sweden, in Finland, and also in France. Then you have nice places where you can sail. So we are sailing on Lake Garda, we are sailing in the south of France, and also in the UK, which is lovely, rainy sometimes, but lovely. And this is where it pays off, yeah. And as long or when you stay longer in the class and you have gone to World Championship, European Championships, you meet guys who have the same interest and enjoy that, have fun. Then they bring the families, and you know the families, and so it's a really big friendship all over the world. And I know already that some of the Kiel sailors sent their childs to the US for some years, or for a year or half a year, just to learn the language, and that's really great.
And I think we ought to introduce our French colleagues, Damien and Gérard, sitting either side of you, because I think a few people think they're your bodyguards actually, but they're actually helping process some of that data that's coming through and sorting out the graphics for us as well, just in case you're wondering. Now, we've talked about the German influence in the fleet. The Brits aren't doing too badly either, especially Andy Smith and Tim Needham. They're in 4th place at the moment. Andy Smith, who's 46 this year. So, again, a nice kind of mix of age. Let's hear from him and how he thinks he's going to get on.
The British have a long successful history in the 505 class, but it's been 6 years since a Brit won the 505 World Championships. Some people are beginning to wonder, could 2014 be the year when a British team wins? And if it is, it looks like it could be Andy Smith and Tim Needham. Andy, how do you rate your prospects right now?
Well, I think it's good that people think that, and that's encouraging. I think we have a chance, definitely. To win the 5O World is going to be really tricky. I'll be honest, it wasn't our intention to come here and win this, and that would have been a pretty arrogant thing to try and think. However, we knew we were going pretty fast across the wind range, and we hadn't sailed against that many Germans this year, and we weren't really sure, where we'd stack up against them. But it seems to be going pretty well so far.
You've got a culture of hard work between you and Tim, and you've been working hard with Mike Holt and Rob Woolful, one of the few teams to go out on the rest day. So you've really been putting in the miles, putting in the hours.
Yeah.
Is that the thing?
A lot of information with Mike and Ian. New mainsail this year, new spinnaker. It seems to be working pretty well. We've got a good downwind speed, I think, better than ever. That was one of our weaknesses that we recognised and worked on this year. The new mainsail seems to work well across the wind range, so particularly when it's windy.
I'm pleasantly surprised to find that Kiel is so windy this year.
We were expecting a mixed bag really, but not consistently windy like it looks like being. So, yeah, which suits us really. We quite like it windy.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the championship, Andy.
Okay, great.
But in 4th place, I'm just checking his score. He's 4 places behind the leader. 4 points behind the leader, so definitely in the running. He's staying level-headed, but he can now start to think, well, it's there for us to grab.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think anyone is going to have won this championship by the end of the day, although potentially that would be possible. I just think it's no one is far enough out ahead to be able to do that, and I think we could see some big gaps between the front runners in this coming race. I think we could be looking at tactically one of the trickiest races so far in this championship.
We're still waiting for news for the restart of race 6. It was abandoned because of a massive wind shift about 5-6 minutes into the race, and I'm hearing that we're going to wait about quarter of an hour again. That's the latest from the committee boat. So the race should get restarted in about 15 minutes or so. I think at this point it might be useful to bring Klaus in and just have a look at race 5, because it was an interesting race, some interesting decisions taken on which side of the course to go. So Klaus, just what stood out really in your mind in race 5? What should we look back on?
Yeah, I'm just looking here at my SAP analytics tool, and I can show you some of the highlights that we have found out so far. So I've just sorted the table of the race today for with the average speed, and what we can see here is that Barrows and Berry from US, Nicholas Payne and Smith Needham and Holt Wolfel had the fastest speed in average. Yeah, and okay, Barrows, Berry, they didn't win, but they had a good speed. But the others we know very well, and we have also seen them in the race and know that they are very fast. The other thing we could see is the distance they sailed, and what is more interesting is to look at the XTE, so the cross-track error. I would just add that to the result, and this tool can be used by everybody. It's available on the internet. And that we can see here is, and I sort now this rank with the race results, so we can see that Nicholas Payne went a little bit more to the left-hand side, and like Wolfgang Hunger, he nearly went in average, so with all beats through the middle. Yeah, and we have seen the interesting thing in this race that at the beginning.
Well, I love looking at that cross-track error thing. It's quite geeky, but us sailors, we'd love to get that kind of feedback.
I was about to ask you, you're a competitive sailor, and what sort of information, how good is this stuff?
That's incredibly valuable, what we've just been looking at there, and that's the kind of thing that I imagine Andy Smith would have been looking at, and the other competitors, because and maybe some of the local German sailors who were revising their opinions about the race course yesterday, having thought it was so left-hand favoured yesterday, it seemed like it was more a right-hand track. Well, actually, the numbers we saw there today suggest that maybe the left was working fairly well. Middle left was maybe the way to go in that race, and it seemed like left was possibly the safer bet. And so analysing those kind of trends can help back up your decisions, your sort of gut decisions about what you thought was happening out there. Now, if you could look at that between races, which I guess you could if you had an iPad out there, that would be incredibly useful if you could have that on the coach boat and get some sense of which way you were going to go on the race course for the afternoon race. That would be really useful, and maybe some people are doing that out there. You're not allowed to have that data available to you while you're racing, because that breaks the rules of sailing, but any time up until 5 minutes before the start, you can be using that stuff out on the water, and maybe some people are.
And Klaus, you are quite happy to say you've retired from competitive sailing of the 505, but what difference would it have made for you to have had this sort of data to look at?
It would have been a big difference, to be honest. So when we were sailing, we just could talk with the sailors and with the coach boats. But the problem in a class like the 505 it is that we don't have so many coach boats. Yeah, it's not an international class, but it's not an Olympic class. So nobody is caring about so much with training. So you have to find someone, or what we do a lot of times, that with 3-4 teams we spend some money for a trainer to have him outside, but not for training just during the race, that he has a foot or maybe a spinnaker or a jib that you can change between the races, yeah, and have maybe some spare parts available. So I really like this tool, and I think it's now available since 6 years roundabout when we started to develop that, not we, but SAP with a German sailing team, and it's a big advantage.
That's good to hear, but how do they get all that information from the water to our screens? This is the answer. The days of watching a confusing forest of masts and sails out in the distance are over. Top-class sailing today has to be more accessible, and SAP are helping to unlock the sport's potential not just for spectators, but for the sailors as well. GPS trackers are the cornerstone of the process.
The sailors are a very, very important target group for us. They want to see if they did well or if they did bad on the water and want to learn from their mistakes. And they can do that with our tools very well and can improve over time.
Every boat competing at the 5O5 World Championships in Kiel is fitted with a tracker so that this mass of sails can become this, a clear picture of what is happening on the water.
The tracking devices work in a very similar way to how your mobile phone would. It has a SIM card, a battery, and it connects to the local mobile network to send the locations to the server, and that goes to SAP and is displayed on the analytics software.
But it's not just about who is where on the course. There's a vast amount of other data also coming off the water that can be used by sailors to analyse their performance.
The trackers and the wind measurement devices provide us with raw data which is submitted to our servers, and we process all that with latest in-memory technology including SAP HANA in order to create visualizations which make sense and which matter to the sailors and to broadcasters and to fans as well.
Whether you're a fan who wants to sit and enjoy live coverage of a big race, a commentator covering a regatta, or a sailor looking to gain a technical advantage, the secret is all in the data analytics. And that is the scene live from our studios here in Kiel as we wait for race 6 of the 505 World Championships to get underway, and the trackers that we were talking about in that feature working away on the boats right now as they circle and prepare for the start, which is just a few minutes away. And it's good, Andy, to sort of after racing to go into the SAP lounge and see the sailors using that data fully.
They love looking back at their performance and seeing what they did right, what they did wrong, what their competitors did, seeing what the leader did of each race, the winner of each race, what the winning strategy was. It's a fantastic insight into sailing, which sometimes can seem a bit of a dark art. I mean, reading the wind is incredibly difficult. It's one of the great skills of sailing, and the SAP analytics don't help you read the wind while you're out there on the water, but they certainly help you make sense of it after you've got back ashore and hopefully feed back into your experience for any future sailing that you do.
And reading the wind, it's interesting about the great mix of ages in the fleet, and indeed of sexes as well, because there are plenty of mixed crews. But really, everyone that I've spoken to have started their sailing early, you know, under 10 or thereabouts, and I think that's important as well.
Yes, I think any of these complex skills are easier to learn when you're younger, but there are still examples of people who take up sailing relatively late in life and still get to grips with it. Thing is, it's such a complex sport, it's quite overwhelming to begin with, but its complexity also makes it possible to learn it later on in life, because you can segment the sport into its different skills. There's learning how to set the boat up, there's learning how to handle it, firstly overcoming any capsizes. That's square one, is just get the capsizes out of the way, and then gradually build up bit by bit. And if you take a very sort of building block approach to your development and give yourself marks out of 10 in all these different areas, if you can gradually turn the 2 out of 10s and the 3 out of 10s to 7 or 8s out of 10s, if you can just be good across the range and be a jack of all trades, you can become it's not what we call a single manufacturer, one design, where you can't change anything from the factory. You can order different kinds of boat, different kinds of mast, different fullnesses of sail. So if you're one of the lighter teams, you'll ask for a flatter set of sails to be made for you, which depower more easily in the strong winds. So you can adjust the equipment according to your weight. So the crew weights, to be competitive, you've got to be somewhere between 150 and 180 kilos between the two of you, and Schumacher and Jess are amongst the lighter end of the crew range. Maker Schumacher just under 60 kilos and Holger Jess just under 90 kilos.
Yes, what we could see currently in our XTC, so cross-track arrow, that all the boats, all the top 10 boats took the left-hand side, which we saw already in the start, seeing Lehmann, Oehme starting early, and they are currently at the second place. So this is the result. There's only one boat in the top 10 who did have a plus in the cross-tech error. This is a Swiss boat, which I don't know where they come from, so I can't tell anything about them. Having a look at the overall results from the top 5 boats. We'll have a look who's there in the where they positioned right now. So Köchlin, Achterberg, top 10 sailors are 13th. Böhm Rose are currently 26. Niklas Payne 28. Holt Wölfel 35. Hunger Kleiner 41. Bogacki Dene 50. So we will be interesting to see the results end of today.
And right now Ronald Roos and Morten Roos have taken the lead, but it's a German 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At last the numbers of German crews are making themselves seen and noticed, but this in the top 6.
The typical situation for the setup of the German boats. Yeah, most of the German boats are built by Holger Jess with the same layout, and also they're using superspar masts and most of them Boisenmöller sails. So this is a standard setup, and they are really built for these conditions because we have here different conditions in Germany. Yeah, we have already talked about the US, where we have on the west coast the strong wind sailors, and on the east coast the light wind sailors. And so most of the crews here, of the teams here in Kiel, use the standard setup by Holger Jess, except Böhm and Rose, so they who use large sail, but there is not such a big difference to the Boisenmöller sails.
So would you say that these conditions here this afternoon for this 6th race of the World Championships are now more typical of the conditions you'd expect in Kiel?
I would not say typical, but you know...
Well, they're more typical than the strong winds we've had. I suppose that's the point I'm trying to make.
The typical thing is that we have here a lot of clouds, so it's a cloudy region with western winds, but the western winds can be southwest and northwest. And so it's typical, kind of typical, yeah.
Well, it's a slower race, so it's going to take a longer time. We may even be here till after 8. Schumacher and Jess in the lead. Lehman and Omer 2nd place, and the Roos family still in 3rd.
Holger Jess moving in and out of the trapeze the whole time there. Michael Schumacher just briefly releasing the main sheet there, just letting the sails breathe as the gust comes in and out. You can see by the way that they're sailing that the breeze is up and down, it's moving around a lot, and they are adjusting constantly. Very, very tricky conditions to keep the boat moving at full speed, but these two very, very practiced at that and looking in a strong position to lead in first place around this top mark. That will be their final tack up towards the mark for the first time, but we're still only on leg 1 of an 8-leg race.
But it was a really safe tack, I guess, yeah. I think you could do slip faster. Oh, now we see Klaas Lehmann.
Could just be coming in. So the world champions just coming in ahead of Schumacher. And a lead of about 5 boat lengths there. Looks like somebody else might be just getting in. It looks like Vince Horry and Christian Diebich might have just snuck inside Schumacher and Jess.
So what did Schumacher and Jess do wrong there?
It looks like the best breeze came from the left just at the very end, and I think they had a little bit more breeze, and there's quite a bit of breeze there as the world champions get their kite set and they get out on the trapeze, and they're trapezing downwind, so that suggests actually the breeze might have just picked up a little bit.
This is what I can confirm from my weather mark. So we have now 30 knots at the windward mark, so it will be a little bit faster downwinds.
Well, that'll be the music to the ears of some, that the breeze is picking up and maybe they can stretch their legs again, because it's been a very difficult first leg. It's been quite a slow first leg, much slower than previous races that we've seen so far in Kiel this week.
Interesting to see Bogacki back in the running now after a couple of pretty poor results, but he was the leader of the championship for a while.
And they're a heavy crew as well, so the fact that they're doing well in these conditions also speaks highly of them. They've probably got 30 kilos more in the boat compared, for example, with Schumacher and Jess, and those 30 kilos make an awful lot of difference. In strong winds, you want that 30 kilos on board. In light winds, you wish you could throw those 30 kilos overboard. So far, everybody continuing on the same jibe. Lehman and Oma extending their lead over Hori and Dibic. And there's a lot of traffic to sail back through, as you can see on these tracks.
Rights of way?
Rights of way at the moment, but the boats coming downwind, because the boats coming upwind tend to be on port tack. So they're on starboard tack going downwind, and the boats coming upwind mostly are on port tack. But that can change as soon as a boat tacks. If there are two starboard tack boats, one going upwind and one going downwind, it's the boat with the spinnaker going downwind that has to stay out of the way of the boat coming upwind. So those rights of way can change very, very quickly. So you have to keep your wits about you. You have to keep on looking underneath the sails, making sure that you're not on a collision course with any of the boats still coming back up the track. But it looks like Lehman and Oma have now gone past the last of the back markers, so they should now be out in clear water and can focus just on picking their fastest way down to the bottom gate. And in fourth place, Duisenberger and Bolduan. I don't think we've seen them before in the top few. So some unusual names. And we have briefly seen Moore and Butner from America up at the front of the fleet in the earlier race today.
Yeah, they had a good race 5, didn't they?
Yes, I don't know how they finished in that race. They didn't manage to hold that position at the front of the fleet, but they certainly seem to be having a better day today.
They finished 8th.
8th, so
in race
yeah,
5.
they're getting better race by race.
So just to wrap up there with the results of the other sailors. So we have Wolfgang Hunger currently placed 80, Smith Needham placed 30, Boehm Rose 90, Nicholas Payne 93, Holt Werfel 97. I think this is just with the decision where to start and where to sail, and this has nothing to do that they already started to sail the other one back. Slow him down. So the speed currently outside there, the boats are sailing 11 to 20 knots, 11 to 12 knots, and the gap between the first boat and the second boat is still very small, so it's 12, 15, 20 meters. And then also to the third boat. We're coming closer to have the first jibes. I see already a boat jibing, but this boat is in the 30th place already. So this is Gnadenberg and Tellen from Germany. They did start also very early with Lehmann and Oehme, but didn't pay off.
Now with the discards still to be played.
Yep.
It means that the top 10 in the overall championship, as long as they can discard the result of this race if it proves to be a disaster.
Yes, but you can only get rid of one of your scores.
So for people like Bugaki, who've had a few disasters over the week, there's no room for a bad result. The others, though, like the Australians, like Holt and Wolfel, like Smith and Needham, have still got that joker card, so to speak, to play.
Yes, they do, and a few more, I would say, than people like Andy Smith and Tim Needham, who are discarding an 8th. That 8th might come back into play if they have a bad one in this one.
Well, they're 24th at the moment.
Yeah, so this could be their discard.
That's it.
So this is really going to shake up the order, this race.
In fact, I can tell you that of the top 6, this race will be their discard. As things stand.
What you can see in this picture is you can see dark water, and the boats are really flying along now. The breeze is a lot stronger now than it was for the previous leg of this race. So we're going to see big shifts in breeze as well. So everything is changing. We're going to see massive place changes in a moment, and we're also going to see capsizes at the bottom of the course. Suddenly it's all going wrong for some of these guys.
Yeah, so I've just had a chat with the race committee. So there's a big wind shift outside, back to the current situation, or to the previous situation. So we have now southwesterly winds and 50 knots outside, and they may made now a change of the course. So the next upwind will 60 degrees more to the left-hand side.
So in some cases that might be considered to be grounds for abandoning a race and restarting. Let's hope that's not the case, but these are massive changes that we're talking about, and I would prefer to see the race continue. I still think that good sailors across an 8-leg race have the ability to read what's going on and to make the best of these situations. It's going to be very difficult for Lehman and Omer, currently leading this race, to hold on to this lead, because things are going to wildly change from what I can see on these pictures here.
But what you can see on the pictures, they are now around the leeward mark and just passing all the boats with the spinnakers. Yeah, this is the result of the left-hand shift, and there will not be upwinds for the boats, but I think all boats will now go to the right-hand side because the spinnakers are on the left-hand side. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, Klaus, that it's potentially quite processional, this next leg, that the wind has shifted so much that there's really only one obvious way to go up the course.
Yes, because they they also have to look for the mark. Yeah, and I think it's a long beat and a short beat, or long leg and short leg, and this is why they just sail to the right-hand side now.
Well, at the moment we're not seeing too much place changing up the front. We're seeing Lehman and Omer hold on to the lead, Schumacher and Jess in second place. We don't see in the top 6 anyway Vince Hoare and Christian Diebich, who were in second going round the first mark of this race. I'm not sure what's happened to the British, but interesting to see Bagaki and Dana moving up into third place.
Yes, so we have to wait a little bit until the boats have rounded the Mark 4, and there we have currently only 15 or 20 boats rounded the mark, and none of the top 5 sailors. So Bogaki is 4th, but he was 6th after the 5th race. So let's wait.
Well, we got 2 light air specialists leading this race, but it's not a light airs race anymore. Look how strong that wind is now. So will the likes of the lightweights like Schumacher and Jess and Lehman and Omer, who won a predominantly light wind world championship last year, will they be able to hold off the heavyweights? Because it's the heavyweights currently that are in the box seat for winning this world title, but they're way back in the competition in this particular race. So now the breeze has come in, and it's the opportunity for the likes of Mike Holt and Rob Wolfel from the USA and Andy Smith and Tim Needham from Great Britain to really start to put the hammer down and use their big crew weight to actually pull up through the fleet, because they're not doing as well as they need to at the moment.
And we were watching Bagaki and Dana in action, and they've just gone off to the left side of the screen.
And it would be nice, Klaus, if we can get a sense of where the leading contenders for this world title are at the moment, and then get a sense of how things might have changed by the top of this leg, because the mainsails are beginning to turn inside out. The water has gone a lot darker, and when the water darkens like that, it tells you that the wind has got stronger, and these are turning into extremely challenging conditions. We saw the challenge of the chess game up the first windward leg. There's still some chess involved in this, but this is also turning into a much more brutal, much more physical kind of race right now.
Yeah, so we have still to wait for some of the competitors. So I can tell that Smith and Needham from United Kingdom were around about 25th place at the mark, and they gained already 3 boats. And Wolfgang Hunger is just at the leeward mark, 50th place, so he just gained 1 boat, and we're still waiting for the Australians. Now they just around the mark. They are currently at place 54. Böhm Rose are now at the mark, place 58, and we're still waiting for Mike Holt and Wolfel, 2nd overall before the race, but I think it will take some minutes. So what I can also see that the speed of the boats on this upwind is now back to what we had in today's morning, so 7.5 knots.
So the big question is there enough of the race left for the strong wind specialists to be able to fight back and claw back the distance between them and the leaders?
Well, there's certainly room to claw back a lot of spaces, and I suppose with all of the main contenders way back in the fleet and none of the main contenders really up in the top few, it's a matter of how they progress forwards relative to each other. It doesn't really matter to them that we're looking at the reigning world champions here going up the beat in very good shape, way ahead of them, because the reigning world champions are out of contention for winning this world title. So they're not really bothered about who's up at the front of the pack here. What they're bothered about is their relative positions to their main rivals. So there's a strange kind of catch-up race going on here, and it's a matter of weaving your way through the traffic, because now that the wind has picked up, there's a much stronger pecking order where the Andy Smiths and the Mike Holtz and the Wolfgang Hungers know that most of the boats ahead of them are slower, and they will go past them. So it's a matter of how many of those boats can he pick up over the next 5 legs of this eight-leg race.
And just watching the way they're sailing the world champion and his crew, Leon Omer, how would I mean, they seem to be going incredibly fast. That's a very good performance from them.
It looks very good, but I think if we were seeing some of the other boats, they would be going even faster. These guys aren't that heavy, and they probably set up for lighter winds, so the boat is probably not optimized for these conditions because they weren't expecting this much breeze. And you can see the front of the mainsail just blowing inside out from time to time, so they are a little bit overpowered, and whether they'll be able to hold on to their position in this race, we'll have to see. I think we're going to see some of the other crews come through. I think we're also going to see a lot of capsizes in this race now, because the conditions are very difficult. It's really changed a lot. So there's a lot of opportunity for some of these leading lights in the world title to really come through and improve on their positions. Hamlin and Zinn just moving up to third. Howie Hamlin, a former world champion from California. The Californians sail in strong winds all the time, and I think he's one that we can expect to see do very well. I don't think we'll see Hamlin or Zinn dropping back, and in fact we see them move up to second as I speak, and I think we will soon see Hamlin and Zinn as the new race leaders. If you just look at SAP Sailing Analytics, you can see that Hamlin and Zinn is doing sometimes in excess of 8 knots. He's doing 7.4 at the moment, so his overall average boat speed is a little bit higher than the other boats around him. So this is looking extremely good for the Americans right now. The Americans won the pre-Worlds a week ago, and that was a good sign for them to perform well in the World Championships themselves. They will be disappointed that going into today they were only in 12th overall. They got a 5th in the race earlier today. If they were to win this race, well, that would certainly move them very comfortably up inside the top 10. But I think it would be too much to expect them to be challenging for a podium position.
Yeah, this current performance from Hamlin would put them up somewhere in the top 20, just outside the top 10 in fact overall, but you know, early days, leg 3 of 8 of this 6th race, so we'll see how it unfolds. But as you say, the battle really is nearer the back of the fleet, where the overall leaders are trying to keep in touch, I suppose, with their closest rivals.
And we see on port tack, flying across some of the other boats, the reigning world champions, Leon Omer, with one arm behind his head to add extra leverage, and they seem to be flying along really nicely in conditions that aren't considered to be their favourite, but they still look extremely fast and competent in this breeze.
It's interesting because going into this competition, Hunger, as the 5 times world champion, was asked, you know, does he feel pressure coming here, especially on home waters? And he said, well, no, because the guy to catch, really, the guy to shoot down is the current defending champion, Klaas Lehmann. So it was an interesting bit of sort of mind play there, I think, sort of deflecting the pressure off himself and onto Lehmann. But as it turned out, the first 2 races pretty much decided it for Lehmann, a 37 and a 41, and a few capsizes later, and he was well out of the running. Hunger, on the other hand, is still there in the running, and at the moment is sitting 4th overall.
Yes, I did just make something very tricky. I sorted my list by rank again in this race. Yeah, and there you can see there an Australian, Michael Quirk, leading with 21 positions. But we have Nicholas Payne overtaking 14 boats, Holt 11 boats, Smith Needham 12 boats. Yeah, so that means there's a strong breeze and the fast one sailors are really coming from behind. Very fast.
And we can see that on our screen now. Klaus, if you just want to explain that from what you can see on those statistics.
Yeah. Okay, so what I did is I sorted here with rank gain, and then you can see here the first boat, Quirk Wallow from Australia, overtook already 23 boats, and then just have a look at the marked boats. Nicholas Payne already 17 boats, Holt Wolfel 16 boats. Okay, it's always a little bit on and off. And also Howard Hamlin, yeah, overtook 14 boats, and if he's now leading or second, it's even more difficult to get one boat. Now, if we go back to the standard sorting, and we have the current sequence of the race, and we see that Schumacher, yes, maybe still in lead, so it's a close race between them, Bogacki and Sin, and still waiting for the other competitors, but
and I just saw before we went off that screen the cross track error, the XTE line.
Yeah.
It was almost minus 600 meters for Schumacher and Jess, which suggests that they've been one of the most left-hand boats in this race so far. They've really profited from exploiting the left-hand side of this race course. So this has all been about the left, and Holger Jess has been confused, scratching his head while the left wasn't paying on previous days. Well, today it looks like it's back to more what they expect on this race course. But I think probably what is more important is what's going on in those clouds above them. I think that's probably the reason why we're seeing such big trends. It's not so much about the topography, not so much about the land effects, it's about the cloud effects on a very unstable day with some really dramatic clouds over our heads at the moment.
And as the leader comes in to turn the mark again and begin leg 4 of this 6th race of the championships.
Will we see them get the spinnaker out? We normally do. Schumacher and Jess getting ready to hoist the spinnaker.
Just these boys with the black stripe on are the replaced marks, yeah, to differentiate them from the other ones.
So those are not the original marks that they sailed to the previous time, because the race committee has reset the course because the angle of the wind has changed so dramatically during the course of this race.
Lehmann? No. It's Bogacki. Morten Bogacki and Lars Dehne. They have some trouble hoisting the kite.
That spinnaker's not going up nicely, and they're in danger of trawling that spinnaker unless they can get that sorted. That means dragging the spinnaker in the water. Looks like they might just get away with that, but it's a very, very messy hoist.
They have problems with the spinnaker pole.
Opportunity for boats behind them to overtake Bogacki and Dehne. That could be expensive for them. And now we're in the pack with a lot of boats all rounding at the same time, and we're going to see some high speed reaching down this course now.
And we were talking earlier about the importance of the timing and the rhythm on board and how they managed to deploy those spinnakers, and we saw that was the evidence there of just how important it is to get it right, because once one thing slips, then another goes, and then the whole thing becomes a mess.
Yeah, and there's no mess on board for the race leaders, who are stretching away with a really healthy lead right now. That's female sailor Maike Schumacher with Holger Jess, the 3-time world champion, sailing along really, really nicely out towards the jibe mark. This is the only time they go out to the jibe mark. They've had to flog the spinnaker there, so maybe they are struggling to make this. It may be that they can't carry the spinnaker all the way to the jibe mark.
This is what I can see also on the tracker. It's a tough ride to the jibe mark. We just could see the jibe mark on the right-hand side. Now we're too close. But I think they will now. They still have all sails under control, but I think the next thing that will happen, that they open the jib, yeah, to release a little bit of sails. Oh, and there's another big puff, and I hope they can make it. Otherwise, they have to put the spinnaker down and then go to the mark.
The pole has flown off the mast, and I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but that...
Yeah, you can see also that the crew is pulling the spinnaker down, not the helm. So in the 5.0 the crew does that, and now they're back to a 2-sail reach to the jibe mark.
And they got that nicely under control. That looked messy for a moment.
They saved that from disaster, didn't they?
Yeah, that was on the edge there. And I think we'll see some capsizes go on behind them, because not everyone is going to pull off that manoeuvre as smoothly as they did. And some may have seen that and decided that they're not going to hoist their spinnaker on this first reaching leg at all. And going a little bit slowly there, but at least they're round the mark, and we'll see them jibe and now get that spinnaker up again for the second reaching leg. Will these guys, the reigning world champions, be able to hold their spinnaker all the way to the jibe mark? And if they can, they will be making up valuable ground on the race leaders, who we saw just had to drop their spinnaker. And they seem to be more under control. It could be that they're slightly heavier, or it could be just that the gust hasn't hit them in the same place. And it looks like they're going to be able to carry their spinnaker all the way to the jibe. But you can see there's still a big gap to the leaders. So even if the leaders did have to drop their spinnaker and rehoist it, they're still comfortably in the lead right now. But that's the second boat safely round, going through the jibe. Get that pole onto the new jibe, but they've been caught up by 8669. I think that's the boat we talked about earlier, the young guys who have had the boat lent to them, Jan Philipp Hoffmann and Felix Brockerhoff, borrowing a boat from the German Federation and now making the most of that borrowed boat to challenge the reigning world champions. So what a great moment for them.
But they're also the current Kieler Woche winner. So they're used to sail a lot with the boat. And they are really showing a good competition today. So just looking back at the other standings that we have so far. So Howard Hamlin is back to place 7. So he lost some boats. And let's have a look where the other of our top 5 sailors are. So we have Nicholas Payne, currently still on place 40. Smith Nedham 14. Hunger Kleiner 43, Böhm Roos 52, Holt Wölfel 53. I'm not quite sure if that will be, I think it's a too big gap to finish on the top 10. But it also depends how the wind will stay. So currently we have outside there 18.5 knots, so it's still increasing the wind. And look at this beautiful ride.
And the boat on the right is the reigning world champions. Their mainsail is ragging. It's flogging a lot more than the boat on the left. They're losing a lot more power from the boat on the right. That doesn't mean that's slow. It just means that they're having to they're choosing to give away that power. But they're getting rid of their spinnaker. And will we see the same from the others, or will they try?
Yes, we will.
This is to go to the leeward mark. That means the leeward mark is much higher, so they can't reach it with the spinnaker. Sorry, this is because of the leeward mark, so they can't reach it with the spinnaker. That's why they pull the spinnaker down and have now a 2-sail reach. And this was also the explanation why Klaas Lehmann tried to go higher with the open mainsail. And it's rain outside.
Yeah, what a transformation in the weather. There are patches and different areas of weather on the course, and that's what's making it so difficult. That's what's throwing this race wide open. We've gone from a relative strong winds but relative sunshine into heavy rain and different shifting winds. So a very difficult situation out there. Difficult for the sailors to interpret, difficult for them to predict.
So blue spinnaker ploughing on to the right of our screen. Surely they're going to get that spinnaker down soon, because everybody else has. And this is a much more difficult tactical and boat handling challenge than we've seen on previous reaches, where it's been a much easier run down to the bottom of the course. This time they can't carry the spinnaker all the way, which puts a lot of challenge and demand on the crews to get their boat handling correct, and also to make the call as to when they're going to drop that spinnaker. And it's hard to want to give away that extra sail area when you think you can hold on to it, because it makes you go so much faster. But if it carries you off in the wrong direction, it's really no good to you. And you can see how differently people are approaching this reach at the moment. Some are dropping the spinnaker earlier, going for a higher line. Some are holding on to that spinnaker as long as they possibly can. And there's almost a collision going on here, but no, one of the boats goes behind another boat still dropping its spinnaker on the right of our picture. And there's more opportunities for the more experienced crews to be able to handle their spinnaker. Big course changes. Let's hope that this race does continue, but the breeze is very, very changeable. It's picked up to a much stronger breeze than what we saw at the beginning of the race.
We can see here the white spinnaker. Oh, capsizing, yes.
They're not going to hold on to that one.
Just
I think we can have a
capsizing
crash
onto the
there.
other boat.
Whoa.
What a
That's very
nightmare.
messy. And are they going to be able to... I can't believe that boat hasn't capsized yet, but they may yet get away with it. That's still going to be very expensive for them, but if they've managed to save a capsize, then
that's an
very
Australian
impressive.
boat.
I don't think it's the boat that we're focused on for the world title.
So the current standings are that Schumacher and Jess are in lead in front of Lehmann Oehme and Hoffmann Brockerhoff from Germany. 4th place Findel Tellen, 5th place Hamlin Sin, US, and 6th place Pinel Shelton from Great Britain.
Do you have any information there on Bugaki, Klaus?
Wait a second. Yeah, he is back to 31st place. So it looks like that he had much more trouble when we saw him hoisting the kite. For me, either they had a problem with the spinnaker pole and the sheeting of the spinnaker, or they just sailed over the
Here's a
spinnaker
replay.
sheet.
Here's a replay of that incident between the German and Australian boat. The Australian boat.
They left it far too late, and the German boat did very well not to get caught up in that, because at the moment it looks like they're touching, and somehow the German boat manages to get clear of the Australian boat that's nearly capsized there, and that could have been the end of both of their races. And somehow the Germans managed to escape that situation, and somehow the Australians keep that boat upright. That could have been really expensive, both in terms of broken boats and in terms of lost position on the race course. Still very rough conditions, and yet it's still the lightweight crew of Michael Schumacher and Holger Jess that hold the lead, ahead of the reigning world champions, Klaus Lehmann and Leon Oehme, 2 light wind specialists, more than holding on by their fingernails. I thought that maybe they wouldn't be able to hold on to this lead in this race with the wind changing so much during the course of the race. But fair play to them. They're sailing a really strong race, both of them.
And we thought we'd see a return of the strong wind specialists, but they haven't made the huge comeback we were expecting, although Britain's Pinel and Shelton looks like they're up into 8th place now, which is a crucial result for them, given how everyone around them in the championship are doing.
And some of these crews, with the benefit of hindsight, will be kicking themselves for not starting earlier out of the gate and giving themselves some more tactical options, because we saw the majority of the top performers starting fairly late out of the gate, and then seeing the early starters like the reigning world champions be able to choose their own path up the course and find really good breeze on the left-hand side.
So I have now some results from the current leaders, or leaders before the race. So Holt and Wölfel, they are currently 19th. Smith Needham 23rd, Nicholas Payne 26th, Wolfgang Hunger, Julian Kleiner 27, Böhm Roos 28. So they're coming closer, but it's still nearly half of the race completed. So it will be difficult to finish at the top 10.
So this 6th race is likely to be the discarded race for most of those championship leaders, but it also means that come tomorrow they'll have less room for manoeuvre.
Yes, absolutely. Now there's also talk of more breeze for tomorrow, and Mike Holt, he may well not be able to count this score, but he's had a good set of scores so far, and that would leave him in a very strong position going into tomorrow, with the prospect of strong winds, which are his favourite conditions. You can see how rough it is on board that boat there.
I think that was the cameraman holding on for dear life.
Okay.
And this
Life
is
is a little bit more serene above the water, isn't it?
It is. It's a great shot, giving us a real perspective of how fast the fleet are moving in these conditions, and also how separated they've become.
Yes, big gaps, which can only help the leaders. It's going to be that much harder for the others to make up lost ground on them now, because we're past the halfway stage of this race now.
Yes, and we still have a big lead of Shoemaker and Yes, so nearly 200 meters in front of Lehmann Oehme, then another 100 meter back Hofmann and Brockerhoff, and then we have currently at the 4th place Tyler Moore and Bottner from the USA, then Findle Talon on place 5, 6th Barrows Berry, 7th Howard Hamlinson, 8 Pinel Shelton, and the best boat of the top 5 is Smith Needham, currently with the 15th position.
But Micah Shoemaker in the lead on Germany 9131 in her late 20s, and letting all the work at the front being done by her crew, the extremely experienced Holger Jess.
I should just clarify that a little bit, because actually going upwind, I would say maybe the harder work is with the helm, because they're working the main sheet on these boats, which is quite highly loaded in some conditions. And so it could be that Maker is actually putting in more effort than Holger physically going on the windward legs as they are at the moment. On the downwind legs, it's definitely down to the crew to do most of the hard work. So there's a bit more of an even distribution of workload involved. Maker keeps herself very fit, so she probably isn't the strongest out there, and she's certainly not the biggest, but she's very dedicated to the sport. And Holger Jess, a 3-time world champion, it speaks volumes for Maker's talent that someone of his caliber is willing and wanting to sail with her.
And they've proved their quality in the past as well. European champions a couple of years ago. But can they hold on here? That is the question.
Well, it looks like they're doing more than that. It looks like they're stretching their legs. So no one knows these boats better than Holger Jess. He's the boat builder. He fits out other people's boats for them. He knows where every fitting, every nut and bolt goes into these boats. He spends half an hour checking over his boat at the end of racing every day. He's extremely meticulous and thorough, and he will probably be doing a lot of tuning of the boat, telling Maker where to pull which rope to what setting. And it's partly Holger Jess's understanding of the boat that the Australians credit with their boat speed, because they say they've just chartered a standard Holger Jess fitted out boat. It comes with a load of settings and markings on it already, and you just pull various ropes to their positions and off you go. You go sailing quickly if you just set the boat up the way that Holger tells you to. And so the Aussies have been racing that way, and they were leading this regatta going into this race. Looks like the breeze has softened again a little bit. It's not as strong as it was 10 minutes ago when they were flying down those reaches. It's looking a little bit more controlled. And you can just see that Holger Jess isn't fully down on his trapeze. If it was really windy, he'd be trapezing a little bit lower, but he's halfway down his trapeze adjuster. You just see it moving there. So you get some clue as to how windy it is according to how low Holger Jess is trapezing off the side of the boat. And I think he just lowered himself there, which suggests that the breeze was just picking up and they had a bit more breeze. Therefore, he wanted to put more of his body weight into helping balance the boat. Quite bouncy out there, as we've seen earlier today. Quite a short, sharp chop. And this is what's been causing some of the crew's problems on the downwind legs, sticking the nose into the back of a wave, sometimes capsizing, making manoeuvres difficult, and making it quite a rough and bumpy ride sailing upwind into the waves. And just down behind them, I don't know exactly where they're lying at the moment, but they were third just a moment ago when Klaus was running through the numbers. That's the winners of Kiel week 6 weeks ago, Jan-Philipp Hoffmann and Felix Brockerhoff. So the Germans doing very well in this race at the moment. Germans holding the top 3 spots. Now when they get to the top of this particular leg, that will be the last time that they go round the windward mark, and they will also say that they have one more lap remaining. They've got one more run down to the bottom and then one more beat back up to the finish. Conditions seem to have stabilized. It seems like the breeze has settled down a bit, both in direction and wind speed.
Look at the colour of the sky as well. You know, that storm cloud seems to have cleared, at least on the part of the course that we're looking at now.
So if we can just sum up what the current standings are outside there, and we can also see the big lead of Holger Jess and his helm, Maike Schumacher, they still in the lead. Second place we have Hoffmann Brockerhoff, the Kieler Woche winner, and third place Lehmann Oehme. And then we have the fourth place Barrows Berry from US. So from the top 5 boats we have Smith Needham currently at place 10, which is not so bad.
Schumacher just tacking there. Holger just jumping straight on the trapeze, sailing the boat flat. Boat bouncing over those waves again, now on starboard tack.
They're coming up to that mark.
So the last time the windward mark, then they have to sail downwind and then upwind for the finish. But a huge lead. So we still have to remember that Holger hurt his head in the first race, or in the second race, coming to shore with a lot of blood in his head. He had to go to the doctor, and that was sewed with 7 stitches.
It was an extraordinary accident, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah. During attack, he hurt this head with the head of the centerboard. And what was even more worse was that he hurt his elbow, which he didn't recognize on the water, but in the next morning he couldn't move that at all. But now he's retired, or not retired, he's
he's recovered.
Back in a good recovered, that's the right word.
Although he still had a big patch on his forehead this morning when he set off for sailing. But yeah, it certainly looks a lot better than it did a few days ago after banging his forehead on the centerboard.
But the patch is becoming smaller every morning. I don't know if you watched that.
It is.
I just told him he should get a tattoo on that, 5O5 Worlds. But it's a huge lead they have. Yes?
He still holds the lead, and you're talking about half a kilometre now from Pinnell and Shelton. And where have they come from in the last couple of legs? Lehmann and Oehme still in third, Hoffmann and Brockerhoff in fourth. But Pinnell and Shelton have raced well to get to there.
Big gain for them. They were lying in about 8th place going round the bottom mark. Ooh, bit dodgy on the hoist there, Ian Pinnell. Just lost a bit of control there. That blue spinnaker just about getting under control, but the boat was leaning over dramatically there, and they're still not fully under control now.
Using all his experience from 20 plus years of sailing.
I think they've got a spinnaker sheet stuck over the back of the boom, which you can see in Pinnell just releasing now. That was the problem, and that's why the boat nearly got pulled over and capsized, and he's having problems releasing that, and he's having to sail very slowly. He'll be losing space to the people around him while that's going on now.
And this is what happens nowadays much more often, because with the With the new booms, with the black booms, they are much shorter than the previous one, built out of aluminium. And so this is what I heard also in the previous days, that this does happen much more often than 10 years ago.
Suggests that maybe they should be building their booms a little bit longer.
Yeah, that would be my proposal. Yeah,
but anyway,
everything must be light and short. Yeah.
Not if it's going to lose you a space like that, like it has just then, because it looks to me like that's handed advantage back to Lehman and Omer. Normally it's Pinel and Shelton still in second, but I'd rather be where Lehman and Omer are right now, which is why you see Pinel and Shelton jibing away, because they were in the bad air.
Here we go. We can see that again. Talk us through it.
So one of those two, I think it should have been Shelton, should have been holding on to that spinnaker sheet if at all possible to stop it flogging around. It's the flogging around. You just see it catch the back of the sail. The back of the sail is distorted, and he's trying to pull on that spinnaker sheet now, but all it's doing is it's working against the back of the boom. So that's the problem with two sailors, good as they are, who have just recently teamed up. They've only got together to race together for this regatta, and they've known each other for an awful long time, sailing in rival boats, but sailing together for the first time with very minimal practice together. Well, maybe it's surprising that it doesn't happen more often, and it speaks highly of them that they are, well, going into today they were in the top 6, and I wonder if they'll be moving even further forwards up beyond the top 6 the way they're sailing today.
Yes, a good afternoon for the British pairing, and a good afternoon altogether for the German boats. Well represented in the top 6 right now.
What we can see here now, if we just see the boats, 3 boats with a spinnaker, yeah, Mike leading, and then Pinel. Was a good decision for Pinel to jibe, because now he overtook again Klaas Lehmann and Oehme, who jibed too late, from my understanding.
You could see the camera from above the water just turning right to look for the leader. That's how much the camera had to turn to find the leader, because when last we looked they had about a 500-meter lead, and the way the things stand right now, this would be the most dominant victory that we've seen in the World Championships with the level of lead that they have at the moment. Well, it looks like it's down more to 340 meters now, that lead, but still very respectable for Schumacher and Jess. And the good thing for them is that no one in second, third or fourth is on a breakaway. There's very much a battle for second, third and fourth between Pinel and 2 of the German teams.
World champion in 2008, Ian Pinel, showing his class again today.
So I'm not sure that we should be paying too much attention to what we see on the map there, and if we can go back to live pictures that would be preferable, because it's still Schumacher and Jess that are leading this race down towards the bottom gate for the final time. When they get to the bottom gate, they will be turning upwind for the last leg of the race, which will be a final upwind leg. And the way that they're sailing, even though the breeze has increased, I don't see anyone taking this race off them now. They fully deserve to be where they are. They made the most of the light wind conditions up the first leg out of the gate start to get into a good position. But when the breeze came in, the big boys haven't been able to come through in the way that I thought maybe they would be able to, and they're certainly not going to be able to challenge Schumacher and Jess.
I think what we can see there outside, that I think there's again a little bit more wind. Yeah, so we have with the blue spinnaker, this is Ian Pinel and Dave Shelton, and we can see a little bit between their spinnaker and their jib a spinnaker that is yellow and white. This seems to be the German boat Hofmann and Brockerhoff, the Kieler Woche winner, and then here with the white kite on the left hand side of the picture, this is Lehmann and Oehme. So huge speed outside there.
So a good battle for second, third and fourth going on between these three in picture right now, and this is where one of the biggest battles will be fought for the remainder of this race, because I don't think any of these guys have serious designs on being able to beat the race leaders Schumacher and Jess. All they can hope for is for a major handling error or something to go wrong on board the leading boat that still leads by more than 300 metres.
And given the experience of Holger Jess, it's unlikely that we're going to see anything like that, but never say never. And as we've been saying all day, the conditions out there are fairly unpredictable.
This has been the most unpredictable race so far. It's like a world championship within a world championship, this one. It's been 3 or 4 races within one. So different, the conditions that we've seen during the course of this race, and very few able to have mastery of all these conditions that we've seen in the case of one of these races.
So into the final leg. Should only take a few more minutes now to the end of this race. And that final leg should actually be coming in towards shore, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's why they have a different course from the morning race or the earlier race of the day. The earlier race, they will be finishing on the leg that we see now, because that leaves you in a good position to start the following race. But seeing as these race courses are about 2 miles long, if you're going to have a 2 mile sail back in towards the shore, you might as well make it part of a race.
This is a replay of that problem that Ian Pennell was having on board with the Spinnaker.
This is the replay of Schumacher and Jess going round the top mark for the final time. We have no signal from outside on the water, unfortunately.
So
now it's because of the bad conditions out there and the distance from the shore, so that's unfortunate.
Slight loss of live pictures, but we'll bring them to you as soon as they come back. And
I think what
Klaus has spotted something.
Yeah, I just want maybe explain a little bit the maneuver. Yeah, while we have these pictures here, not this ones, but the one from Holger. So what? And
well, they recovered well from that Spinnaker issue anyway, and dragged themselves back up the fleet. And Ian Pennell and David Shelton now challenging somewhere up near the top of the fleet. Germany 9131, that's our leader Maike Schumacher, the mixed crew, and Holger Jess. And they are now approaching the finish line. And as soon as they do cross that finish line, we'll let you know. I'm sorry about the loss of pictures, but conditions very shaky out there, very turbulent, and that can cause problems getting images back off the water.
So I have currently here Stefan Giesen from the race committee. So I called him. Stefan, how's the conditions outside there?
So we had very tricky conditions. We had to abandon the race, the second start for one time because of a major wind shift, and now we are in the final phase of the second race of today. That means the wind is increasing. We had this shift to the left. We had a course change, and now the first boats are on the final leg.
Okay, and who's leading currently is still Maike Schumacher?
Yes, she's leading the fleet, and she just passed the leeward gate approximately 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Okay, and so that means we expect the first boats in the finish in around about 10-15 minutes?
Around 10-15 minutes, that's correct.
Okay, and maybe you can explain our competitors what happened with the start of the second race when you had to stop the race.
Yeah, actually, there were two issues at the same time. First of all, we had a major wind shift to the right, a 30 to 40 degree wind shift, and a competitor crashed into the Pathfinder boat, so we had to abandon the race for that time.
Can you explain what does that mean for the one who made the mistake? Is he thrown out now for the race, or can he restart?
Yes, actually, he will be disqualified without a hearing for that race. That's correct.
And who was it?
Oh, that was a British boat. I can't remember the number, but it was a British boat.
Okay, but what we've seen so far, it's not Annie Smith and also not Ian Pennell, because Ian Pennell is under the top 3 at the moment.
Oh, okay. So we need to figure that out. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much and have a nice day. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, this was Stefan Giesen, one of the guys from the race racing committee vessel, and now we have some more pictures.
Well, a harsh penalty for hitting the Pathfinder, but that's how it is. If you ruin the course of the Pathfinder during the start, then it ruins it for everybody else, and that's why they have such a tough penalty. And I'm just looking at the rules.
We're now back live on the course, so the pictures we're seeing are live pictures of the closing stages of the race from our balloon camera.
It says a boat will be disqualified without a hearing and will not be eligible for any restarts of that race if, while approaching the line to start, she causes the Pathfinder to alter course or touches the Pathfinder. Well, it sounds like they did more than touch the Pathfinder.
It does sound like that.
So, poor British boat, but British boat broke the rules, partly because of that 30 or 40 degree wind shift. That was partly what led the British boat to sail into the side of the Pathfinder.
But this
So we're back live now with Schumacher and Jess at the front of the fleet, leading Lehmann and Omer, the defending world champion. And then the third position at the moment is also a German position, a German boat, Findel and Tellen. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, in the top 6, only Ian Pennell and Dave Shelton are the non-German crew.
Pennell and Shelton will be ruining that sheet over the end of their boom, because that really put them back in the pack, and they would have been in second place probably still.
But what a gap between first and second, 144 metres. That's actually closed. It was a lot bigger gap earlier on in the race. But I guess it's a case of just holding on to that lead, playing it safe. They're within sight of the finish line and just a few minutes away from claiming their first victory of these World Championships. Michael Schumacher and Holger Jess, who've had mixed fortunes so far this week.
I think they've probably always been sailing fairly well. It's just a fact that they're out to one extreme of the weight in terms of the weight they carry on board. When you sail at 150 kilos in a high-powered boat like a 505, you can expect to do well in the light winds and not so well in the strong winds. That's what impresses me so much about their performance in this race, that it started out light, so it was no surprise to see them doing well early on. But when the breeze piped up, and it really did pipe up at the halfway stage of this race, they didn't yield to the heavier crews. They've managed to hold on so far, and so they've lost a lot of that lead now to Hoffmann and Brockhoff, who are now starting to breathe down their necks. But will they be able to hold on for the race win? I think they will. I'm surprised we're not seeing them tack back towards the right-hand side to cover their closest competitors. They must have good reasons for doing so, but they are sailing away from the boats closest to taking the lead away from them. And tactically, I would think it would be better if they would attack over. Presumably they must be on a fairly high heading and are just waiting for the wind to shift before they tack back over to the right-hand side.
And if those numbers are correct, that gap is closing between the leader and second place. But
bearing in mind it was up at 500 metres at one point.
Yeah.
But one reason for that may be that there was a big shift and they have no chance to recover and just stay on the left-hand side and hope for a shift back.
Yeah.
And from your analytics, Klaus, can you see in the overall leaderboards, apart from Pennell and Shelton, out of the top 6, is there anyone there in a significant position in this 6th race?
No, unfortunately not. It looks like that they all do their discard in this race. Yeah, so that means we have then to count the current discard as well, and everything will be very close. And also, from my understanding, it will bring Ian Pennell and Dave Shelton into a good position, because they are under the top 5 or 6. We'll see.
That's a very good point. I started to discount Ian Pennell and David Shelton from the possible contention in this World Championship, but this has been such a topsy-turvy race. They were lying in 6th coming into today, and even though 8th doesn't sound great, it's a whole lot better than where some of the people ahead of them on the leaderboard are in this race. The great thing about this is it sets it up perfectly for us spectators tomorrow, because someone could have wrapped this up with a race to spare today, and we're nowhere close to that. It's all going to come down to the race tomorrow, which is a great scenario.
It's going to be a thrilling climax to the 2014 505 World Championships.
Lehman and Omer, they've suffered on this leg because they were lying in second for so long in this race, and they've struggled up this leg, and well, they've got a bit of a gap back to Pennell and Shelton in seventh. So
Smith and Needham coming back into it. I haven't seen their name for a while.
No, so this is starting to look like a decent race for them. And breathing down the necks of Pennell and Shelton as well. So Smith and Needham, they buy their sails off Ian Pennell. They do a lot of training together.
Pennell, a sailmaker by trade.
Yes, and Pennell and Back sails are one of the popular brands used by Smith and Needham, and also used by Mike Holt and Rob Wolfel as well.
Well, it's interesting because if Smith and Needham stay in 8th, that equals their worst result so far of the World Championship.
It puts them in a strong position going into tomorrow because all of their scores will be inside the top 10.
Yeah, I think they will be second if it would stand like this overall, and Mike Holt will still have the lead, or back in the lead, we should say. But at the end of the day, it counts, yeah, because we could have the situation that there's no race tomorrow. That means you need to be top of the list on the previous night. And then we have, I think, Wolfgang Hunger and Nicholas Payne with 26 points.
That's a good point that you make there, actually, that there is strong wind forecast tomorrow. Now, if the wind was too strong to go racing, then whoever comes out on top at the end of today is going to become the world champion. So that's another point worth
But before you put the panic into the fleet with that, there isn't actually any sort of forecast evidence, is there, that the wind is going to be too strong? There is stronger winds forecast, but I think at the moment they're saying it's going to be all right. South-southwesterly, 16 to 20 knots. Although we could have gusts of around 30, which was enough to prevent sailing earlier on in the week.
Well, people have got 6 months to fix their boats and their masts and whatever other carnage ensues tomorrow before the next World Championships in South Africa. So I say throw it all at the final race and let's have a race even if it is gusting up to 30 knots. Easy for me to say, a lot harder for the race officer to make that call. Let's hope it doesn't come to that and that we do have a race tomorrow, because that's what we want to see. We want to see who can withstand the pressure of going into a one race decider between what looks like could be a world title that could go 5 or 6 ways.
But I wonder who's going to take second place this afternoon. Is it going to be Findel or is it going to be Hoffman? They keep swapping positions. The distance is constantly changing between them, and it's an interesting battle for those 2 podium places, while Smith and Needham keep working their way up the leaderboard and are now into 4th place, but some way back.
But that's very significant. I mean, Smith and Needham getting up into 4th place, that's putting them in a really, really strong position for contention tomorrow. And they are one of the few of the leading lights in this race that have managed to make something, that have managed to salvage something back from a disastrous position at the first mark in this race. And, well, the ability to climb through a fleet, that's something I normally think Hunger and Kleiner are able to do better than anyone. But Hunger and Kleiner, we haven't heard much about them in this race.
Are we able to see, Klaus, on the analytics, Smith and Needham, how many boats they've overtaken?
No, actually I can't see that right now, but I know that they were around about 36 boat at the first mark, which is maybe was quite okay to move up now to place 5 or 6, as the other competitors like Nicholas Payne and Hunger, Wolfgang Hunger, were around about 50 to 60 at the first mark. Yeah, and this is 30 more boats to gain. This is really difficult. I just wanted to say that I think that Findel Tellen will make it with the 2nd place, but now the results have again changed. And what surprises me even more is that the gap between Shoemaker and Yes and Hoffmann-Brockerhoff is still decreasing. Yeah, it will be a close race, and we can see it now on the 3D pictures. Shoemaker Yes went to the left-hand side, and Hoffmann-Brockerhoff and all the other competitors to the right-hand side. This are I think now the pictures we are seeing on the right-hand side, Maike Schumacher and Holger Jess, and the other boat was just the last boat at the last windward mark. So 9-1-3-1, this is Maike Schumacher, Holger Jess.
But as you can see,
they will win the race.
as you can see in our little diagram, that marker buoy was not the finish line. They're still heading towards that.
Yeah. But now we can see the second boat, and they have still a good lead. Not as much as they had before at the leeward mark, but enough to win the race.
And the breeze has softened again. They're just about fully stretched on the trapeze. Holger Jess, but he's trapezing quite high, so the breeze is only running at about probably 9, 10, 11 knots.
We've had 4 seasons in one day, really. Look at the sun glinting off the sail.
Final
The
check.
sea, nice, relatively smooth compared to what we'd seen earlier. But there is the finish line. And the mixed pairing of Maike Schumacher and Holger Jess, bringing experience to the crew, crossed the line in first place to claim their first victory of these 505 World Championships. The former European champions making strides up the leaderboard in the World Championships.
And if the camera could just go back to the finish, that would be ideal, because we could see what's happening behind the race winners. And Pinnell and Shelton, are they really crossing the line in second place? That's what we want to see. Pinnell and Shelton suddenly jumping back up to second. And there indeed is Pinnell and Shelton. So a good comeback from them, because they had that mishap down the previous run, but somehow they've managed to magic something out, and they've just got ahead of Hoffman and Broekhoff just when it mattered. So an incredibly good finish by Pinnell.
And what
look at Dave Shelton giving Pinnell a slap on the back. Dave Shelton very, very pleased with that, and maybe Shelton realises the significance. Maybe they realise that they have an outside chance of still winning this World Championship.
And they do, and we'll have the confirmation of where they are now in the overall championship in a few minutes' time when the data is processed. But disappointment, I should think, for Hoffman and Broekhoff, who've done so well and were heading for second place. And we thought the battle for that second place was between them and their German compatriots, Findel and Tellen. But in the end, Pinnell and Shelton took it. Hoffman and Broekhoff third. Findel and Tellen in fourth place. As Lehmann, the defending world champion, comes in fifth place there.
Leading that race in the early stages, but still the best result by far for Klaus Lehmann and Leon Omer, who will be waving goodbye to the World Trophy tomorrow.
Smith and Needham, who started this race in second place overall, cross the line and come in sixth.
Followed by 2 American boats, but neither of those American boats are Mike Holt and Rob Woolfall, who were leading going into today.
Well, let's hear from the winner now, Holger Jess. Can you hear me? This is okay, Holger. This is Alec in the studio. You're live on the air. Holger, congratulations. What sort of race was that for you?
That was very interesting because the weather was so variable. And the wind was down from the start, and with a bit of local knowledge, I was pretty sure we had to gate early and take the left side, and we were just incredibly fast in the side stuff out of the gate and all the upward speed. We made one mistake at the first windward mark, not to cover number 1, number 2 and 3, but that the gust and shift came in so quickly, so we dropped. We were just third at the windward mark. And they had a very good run, and was second at the bottom gate, but Clark, who was leading, took the wrong gate mark, and we immediately took the favored side of the upwind, and then we were gone and didn't look back.
With so many changes and wind changes on the course, it must have been a very difficult race to compete in, and very difficult to hold on to that lead. Were you ever concerned that circumstances would change?
Well, it was very risky, but our lead was quite comfortable. We were reading the clouds very well, and we extended the lead all the time. And there was one tricky moment on the reach, so we had one spin out on the rudder, but we could save that one, but had to drop the kite because we just couldn't make the jibe mark. But then after that, everything was safe, and the lead just extended.
Now, as a maker of these boats, are you pleased with how they've performed, especially the new type of boat in these conditions?
Yeah, well, at the first windward mark, or the first upwind, us and one British boat were the fastest boat, and both are new type boats, so we're very confident that the shape is very fast. We just struggled a bit when it was too windy the last 2 days. I think the world would have been a very different story in light to medium conditions.
Well, congratulations. Tomorrow we're expecting stronger winds. Are you looking forward to coming back and doing it all again tomorrow?
Well, we're getting set up a bit better even with windier because we've changed the mainsail and we've changed the jib. The other jib was a bit worn out. We're getting more used to this mainsail, which we last year only used when it was very windy. Watson was using the same type of main today, but I think he got stuck in the fleet in the second race somewhere. We never saw him. But we were feeling very fast in this race, even if the wind dropped a bit. It's normally our flatter main, but we're light enough so we can sail it also in lighter conditions, powerful enough for our weight.
Okay, well, we can see you there on the rib. You can give us a wave, and we'll say goodbye. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations. And we'll leave you to do it all again and keep up the entertainment tomorrow afternoon. Thanks very much for joining us.
Okay, I think it looks very good for us for the mixed title again.
I think you have no problem with the mixed title, Holger. Well done. I think you should be aspiring to more than that.
And he's quite rightly very happy with that performance.
Yeah, well, 9-1 today is a good day overall, counting the difficult conditions and the big options which were there today to do bad. So we just minimize the risk.
Very, very best of luck to you tomorrow. Congratulations for today. Thank you.
Well, the rest of the fleet crossed the line. It takes a while for the whole fleet to finish the race, but it's kind of amusing, really, to see the conditions there at the finish line so calm, or relatively calm, compared to what we've seen for the rest of the day. It's been a difficult afternoon for the sailors.
It sure has. I mean, it pretty much finished where it started, which is in fairly light, sloppy conditions with incredible breeze in the middle. And Holger Jess was just saying that they had one spin out on the rudder down that fast reach where they had to drop the spinnaker. So the boats at the mid stage of that race were on the edge of control. And so the funny thing is that a lot of the leading lights we didn't even get to speak about in that race. We know that we have to go to the final race now to work out who's going to become 505 world champion. And one boat that we hardly mentioned during that race was Mike Holt and Rob Woolfell from the USA, who
I'm just checking are still top of the leaderboard. But maybe we'll bring in Klaus, actually, because you've got the latest standings there as we end today and we finish 6 races. How does it look? Who are the top 5 at the moment? What are their points?
Yeah, so we have currently in lead, back again, Mike Holt and Woolfell from the United States, who finished 22nd today and still have 19 points. Second place, Smith Needham, UK, 21 points. Third place, Nicholas Payne, Australia, 24 points. Fourth place, Wolfgang Hunger, Julian Kleiner, 26 points. And then next is Pinel Shelton with 28 points with their second place today. And also with 28 points, Stefan Böhm and Gerald Rose. And I think we have 6 boats and just 9 points between them. So it will be tough, close race tomorrow. And unfortunately, the leaders of the first 2 races, Bogaki Dene, had again a bad result with a 26th place, and I think they are now without a chance. What we also could see is that Maike Shoemaker and Holger Jess are under the top 10 with 51 points.
Okay, Klaus, thanks very much. That pretty much wraps it up. So Holt and Woeful, they started the day in the lead. They continue in that position. And the winners really after that final race of the day, Ian Pennell and David Shelton, who move up one place to 5th. So all to play for. One race still to come tomorrow. From us here in the studio, it's goodbye, but join us tomorrow for the grand finale of the SAP 505 World Championships. Hello and welcome to our live coverage at the SAP 5O5 World Championships, live from the Kiel field in northern Germany, wherever you are watching online. It's good to have you along, and I can promise you we are going to have some good sailing this afternoon here in Germany. Andy Rice, our resident sailing expert, joins me in the studio, and as does Klaus Stammer-Johann over in the analytics corner. Okay, so Andy, first of all, we're over the halfway stage, so it's the run-in in which, you know, every manoeuvre, every move counts.
People are getting nervous, and it was interesting walking around the boat park this morning, chatting to the top few players and just getting a gauge of how they're approaching these final 2 days of competition. And they're still not quite thinking about their direct rivals. They're still thinking about just keeping their noses clean, not capsizing. We were surprised how many of the top boats capsized yesterday, and that was quite a revelation. But it goes to show just how on the edge it was yesterday. It was more survival conditions than maybe we gave it credit for during the actual commentary. I think today it's going to be a little bit lighter, but it's still at the strong end of the wind range, and so it's still going to be full power conditions. We're going to see a lot of fast 505 action today, and it will be tactical as well as a boat speed game today.
Well, that's your prediction. Let's bring Klaus in, because Klaus has sailed many world championships in the 505 before and is a local sailor. Klaus, how do you read the weather and the conditions on the water for today's race?
Yeah, Asma, hello everybody. Yeah, I think we have pretty good conditions here outside in Kiel. The people are, or the sailors are on the same course that we have, that we use on the Kieler Woche, which is great. So a lot of them are experienced to that. The weather forecast for today, for the Kiel Lighthouse, which is close to the race area, is 40 knots. And some puffs with 70 knots, and the wind is decreased in the afternoon. So I think we will have good conditions, and